featuring a truly titanic battle which only seems to become more intense as the season progresses. We look to Messrs Hall, Ryder and Menzies, currently in the championship covered by just 6 points, to enthrall and entertain us during the course of the weekend, today and tomorrow of course, as they vie for places in the prestigious top 12 runoffs, which will be the climax of each day. The Woolwich Motor Club are bringing you the meeting across the weekend, and they've amassed a superb entry for the British Hillclimb Cup and of course the Tin Top Challenge, which is similar to the British Championship, but in that it has runoffs, but it features actually cars with a roof, in fact, be they sports cars or be they saloons. So we also ask you to come along into the paddock area and enjoy the surroundings, the catering, etc. Look at the cars, talk to the drivers, and of course visit the Porsche paddock, which is courtesy of the Porsche Centre of Exeter, and that's all in front of the main house here at Wiscombe Park, adjacent to the paddock. I'm sure during the course of the day we'll have a visit to that area with our streaming feed, which is going worldwide across both today and tomorrow's meeting. So if you're here in East Devon, get a good viewing point and sit down, get yourself comfortable, follow the action. If you're watching online, then make yourself comfortable, organise the drinks and the refreshments, as today promises to be some cracker of a hill climb meeting. That meeting is now progressing through the morning, through the practice runs. Basically, the entry is split into two, in that we have the British Hillclimb classes, which in the programme run from Class A through the alphabet down till we get to the rapid single seaters, which will be Class L, and then the sports and racing car class is Class M. So that's the National Championship running order, and then we have Class W, which is run to slightly different regulations, which is the Downton Motor Club Speed Series, Speed Championship. Now the Downton boys have taken one practice run so far this morning, so the next 2 times we'll see them out on the hill. They will be taking runs which will count for results purposes, whereas the British Championship contenders are now in their second practice runs. They've had an initial climb up the hill to assess the conditions, how their cars are going, etc. So now they're back out to up the tempo a little bit, find out a little bit more, and then we go to the timed runs, and that will be the qualifying run for the top 12 runoffs, which is the action-packed part of the day. The 12 fastest registered contenders then come out and do battle in a shoot-off, basically, the top 10 scoring championship points. And as we talk about the championship, that is finely balanced at the moment, incredibly so. In fact, we have a tie at the top, and we'll look out later on for Will Hall and Matthew Ryder with their 4-litre Judd-powered GR59 Goulds. And they're tying at the moment at the top of the table on 158 points, with Wallace Mingy's previous champion, previous record holder here at Wiscombe Park, just 6 points in arrears on 152. So they will be vying for more points as the day goes by. And again tomorrow, as we see Simon Bainbridge with this mighty car, which will be, all things being equal, will be vying for a qualifying place in the Tin Top Challenge run-offs. Just listen to it as it's going up through the challenging part of the hill here, the S's, and then we've got the hairpin at Sawbench. Castle Straight is the fastest part, and that's where Simon is at the moment before he gets on the brakes and hauls it around the left-hand hairpin at Martini and then blasts it over the line. So car 82 at the top. That's Rod Thorne with his Pilbeam MP43 in 39.57. Simon Baybridge then in that mighty SBR Chrono. The green car's just made its way to the top in 40.44. 40.44 for Simon Bainbridge, as away off the line. 787. Jason Kerr moving us into Class I racing cars with engine capacities ranging from 600 to 1100 cc. Jensen at the wheel of his OMS 3000M, and I'll explain the numbering system at this juncture. He's got obviously 3 digits on the side, 787. Later on you'll see Archie Kerr in the same car running as 87. So the prefix of number 7 tells us that there's 2 drivers sharing duties in that car across the meeting. So time for 787. Jason Kerr on his second practice run is a 41.38. 41.38 for 787. Yes, thank you, sir. Yes. That works on that. Yes.
That's your normal screen.
Usual. Yeah.
It's got the tin tops in there as well.
Brill.
So it should,
That should all come up.
that's the current ones.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter.
There we go, Jeff.
Cheers. So, Alan Warburton, 702. Out of the S's in 19.47. That's an ideal opportunity for me to just tell you that we have 2 intermediate timing splits, as they know, 2 timing beams, other than the start and finish. And the first one is just past the end of the gate, as the competitors, end of the bridge, sorry, as the competitors leave the start line and make for the left-hand bend at Wiscombe. And then we have another one in the middle of the S's, so we'll be able to judge the progress that everybody's being made. Now I can hear that I think my colleague Dave Pearce is out and about.
I am indeed, Jeffrey, yes. Having a little wander around, having a few chat to some of the drivers in the paddock, and a couple of little interesting things that have come up. And one of them is, I think he's up the hill, so he won't be able to hear me, but I'm not sure. Mark Shankler is 60 today, so if everybody goes up to him and wishes him happy birthday throughout the day, that would be wonderful. So that's car number 98. So that's it. I don't think he can hear me. Hope he can't anyway, because it come more of a surprise then, won't it? So I'm just going to have a look at see what the catering's got, Jeff. They've got some very nice fare again here, cakes and things. Ice creams. I think it's very much an ice cream day.
Very much an ice cream day.
I think there's an unwritten rule that the commentator gets an ice cream every hour on the hour, isn't there?
If there wasn't, there should be.
If there wasn't, there should be. You're right. Yeah. Yeah. So we got the ice creams there on the first van you come to, along with hot donuts, cake. They got some Victoria sponge there, I see. So there's all that, and then the usual hot food, the hog roast rolls. The pork is cooking as I speak. So all looking very nice. They got some freshly made rolls as well. Beef with red onion and mayo, ham salad, egg mayo and crest, and cheese and ham and coleslaw rolls. So if you want a roll rather than a hot food, it's available here. They got sausage and chips and curry sauce, cheesy chips and curry sauce, probably curry sauce on its own and probably cheesy chips on their own, and beans, of course. So all available here.
And after that, you've got to go and wash it down or something.
They
I guess.
can. They can
Yeah.
go over and see Tim at the bar, and he's actually reclining in a deck chair and letting the ladies get on and do the work.
Oh,
So
wow.
he obviously, I'm going to see what he's got. He usually has a selection of alcohol-free drinks as well.
Yeah.
So let's
Very
go and have a
important,
look.
particularly in these hot
Tim.
climbs.
Oh, I can't sit down now. I've got something in my pocket. That hurt. Anyway, what have you got on offer today? You've usually got a wide range of nice, should we say, refreshments.
Well, I think the watchword today is cold. We've got cold drinks here. It's going to be a hot day, so we've got cold cider, cold lager, and nearly cold cask ale. You can't have it too cold, but they're all from Otter Brewery. And if you fancy the 0%, we've got the Otter Zero as well.
The Otter Zero, so that's the one I'd recommend for you, especially if you're driving. Also, are you doing Pims as well? Jugs of Pims again this year?
What we do here is we do pints of Pims. We don't bother with a half pint glass. It's a pint of Pims, loads of fruit, loads of lemonade. Beautiful. Just what you need.
Just what you need. So anybody who's spectating and gets a bit thirsty, come on down and see Tim at the bar and there's your lady assistants there who are working, and he's sitting down in a chair, I noticed. So,
Calm before the storm.
oh, calm before the storm. You're waiting for the rush, are you? Yeah, waiting for the rush. It won't be to see your legs, I can tell you that. Anyway, moving on. We've got, like I say, got the catering, so the cars are coming back now. I'm going to have a wander around and try and catch up with some of our overseas visitors today, Jeff.
Ah, yes. And boy, are they overseas.
You can't get any further away,
They
can you?
couldn't get further away. They've
No.
come across a few oceans.
Yeah. So, I've yet to see the VW Beetle of Wade and Penrose.
Oh.
So I'm looking forward to going up and having a look at that and having a chat with Wayne.
Wayne came out of the box very quick first off
Yeah.
and powered it up. It was
I had a word with Dean earlier, having just moved on to this Gould that he's got. This first competitive event with it. So very nice.
We better tell our viewers and our listeners here that these two gentlemen have come from Australia.
They have.
They're Australian champions, and they've come to ply their trade in the British Hillclimb Championship this season. Both originally brought their cars across, had their cars shipped, but a few things have changed, particularly in the case of Dean, and I no doubt that will become evident when Dave chats to him later on. But yeah, a lot of commitment from these from Dean and Wayne. Yeah.
So, yes.
In fact, Wayne's just returning to the paddock area now in the Super Bug.
It's the live stream guys as well here today. They're going to do some footage, try and get some live stream of me catching up with people. So
Oh dear,
we're going to have
never mind.
a wander around the paddock as the morning goes on and have a few chats. They're going to film it. And is it going out live or is it going to go out recorded?
Yes, no, you're going live, my boy.
Can you see me?
I'm afraid
Hello,
so.
Mum.
Yes, it's very, very, very smart in the hat. Boy.
It's a nice hat, isn't it? Lovely hat. Yeah, so we're going to do a bit of live stream interviews in between the batches coming back down. So that will be quite nice as well. So something to look forward to. Gives you a bit of an insight into the drivers and what they have to do to get the cars through to do these events. So looking all nice here at Wiscombe, and lovely full paddock of racing cars up here behind me. So it'll be great. So I'm really looking forward to catching up, like I say, with a lot of the people.
Yeah, and we got the best of the country today.
We
the
have
best
indeed.
drivers and cars. So we're
And we
anticipating lots of excitement.
got lots of the local guys as well, haven't we,
Yeah.
guys and gals?
Supporting it.
Rod Thorne's just gone past in his Pilbeam. Oh, here's a beast that's coming up now, of course, the SBR Chrono.
What a car!
Yeah.
What a car!
Yeah, so
Do a bit more detail on that later on.
yes,
So
we
take
will
it
indeed.
time.
Yeah, we'll get some on that. So I'm going to have a wander up the paddock now. Young Alex Coles is behind me, he's a local lad, setting the world alight. He's looking forward to saying a few words with us. Well, he says he is, but so we'll find out when we catch up.
I'm sure he is.
Yeah, I think he will be. So, so I'm going to have a wander up, and I think the next batch must be almost ready to go, isn't it?
I think we're all lined up. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll hand back to you, Jeff.
Thank
and
you,
we'll
Dave.
catch up again in a while.
That's great. Thank you very much. Dave Pearce out in the paddock. He'll be getting the latest stories from the drivers during the course of the weekend. We've now got the course vehicle back on its standby position at Wiscombe, the first left-hander after the start line. And once the flags come in, then we'll be good. Marshals have flags to basically, should there be an incident on the hill, the time-honoured process is to hold a flag out in front of the driver going up the hill so they know they have to stop. Well, we'll still be doing that today, but the whole process is augmented, shall we say, with some very bright and effective illuminated panels which will show drivers that they need to stop. So we've got those dual systems in action today. As coming down to the start line as we move up into the single-seater racing car classes in the British Hillclimb Championship, presented by Nova Tyres. And 84 on the way down to the line, Stuart Bickley with the Force TA 1070cc engine, bright fluorescent yellow, so you won't miss Stuart as he makes his way up the 915-metre course here at Wiscombe Park. He's on the start line. Here the drivers have a light system, red and green. Okay, red is hold, green go. And the drivers can go in their own time, as Stuart has, and he's clocked a time of 2.85 seconds off of the start line. So he's now under braking and up through the gate into the S's, very challenging part of this hill climb. And then it's a light left hand which leads into the right hairpin, which is known as Saw Bench, and then Castle Straight, the fastest part of the hill, and then another hairpin at the top. Martini Stewart's there now, and I think he's missed his braking and gone up the escape road. I don't think he made the left-hand turn over the finish line, and that's borne out by Ed Hollier getting the red flag and the red light in the S's, being requested by the marshals to come up and stop adjacent to the marshal's post where he can be given further instructions in due course. So looks like Stuart just bailed out. Perhaps he didn't quite get the braking point right and thought, right, I'll go up the escape road rather than risk getting around the bend and possibly doing some damage. So he will not be given a time for that. If you're red flagged behind such an incident, then you are allowed a rerun in due course. So 84 classified Stuart Bixley as a fail. Got Ed Hollier going again. Ed Southwest and to the Courtry Quarries Wiscombe champion with this 1050cc Force HC. So I don't think Ed is contesting the whole British Championship at the moment, but as a driver who's grown up, shall we say, at Wiscombe Park, he's very familiar with the territory, and he'll be certainly looking to see if he can get in amongst the fastest cars in Class I, racing cars with engines ranging from 600 to 1100 cc's. So next on the line, waiting for the green light, Ben Bomfield from Taunton with his 1 litre Megapin 12. Now we'll always be able to recognise when Ben's on the hill because the exhaust note of this machine is somewhat different to the other small capacity racing cars. I think the Megapin has a Yamaha engine, a lot of the others have Suzuki's. Ben gets the green light and away, launches in 2.48 seconds. Swiftly through the gate into the S's. Picking up his apex as well. Out of the S's, left hand kink before going into Saw Bench. Neat and tidy. Gets his apex there and away up Castle Straight. Looking for the breaking point for Martini. He's on it and goes over the line. Car number 86 in a time of 39.43. 39.43 for Ben Bromfield. And up the hill, 91, Andrew Mathis with his Formula Ford, Van Diemen RF89. And talking class J1, Formula Ford pre-1994. Waiting for the green light on the start line, Sam Wilson, another Formula 4, but this time a Jamin M90 chassis. Sam's across the parkland, coming up over the brow that is known as a Bunny's Leap. At the top of the hill, car number 92, Stuart Lugger with his Swift, clocks a 45.32. So, following Andrew Mathis's footsteps, car number 91 leading the way on 43.37. Sam Wilson 93 out of the S's in 21.6. Now at the top at Martini and around the hairpin and over the finish line in 45 dead for Sam Wilson. Third of a second faster than Stuart Lugger with the Swift, but a little shy of Andrew Mathis on 43.37. Way off the start line in 2.45 seconds then. It goes 7.88. Back to Class I. It's Richard Weaver with his 1 litre Empire Evo. Type car 87, Archie Kerr, that's a 40.33, 40.33 for Archie Kerr. And away on the start line in 2.46 seconds goes Will Harmer. This is a 1 litre OMS 28, still Class I. Richard Weaver's time of 37.6, 37.60 for 7.88. Another Formula Ford on the hill. This is the Van Diemen RF86 in the hands of Caroline Ryder. So Caroline will be looking to see if she can nip in front of Andrew Mathis in this practice run. So not official runs yet as far as this championship is concerned. The British Championship having one timed run, which is the qualifying run for the top 12 shootout. Light goes green, and away from the start goes 96 is Andrew Forsyth. And a brace of fastest time of the days here at Wiscombe Park at the beginning of the season. Over the finish line, number 94 in 44.88. So slots into second place behind Andrew Mathis. Bringing the revs up on the start line, Darren Gumley in Class J2, racing cars with engines 1100 to 1600. Darren will with his 1600 Force TA. Time for Andrew Forsyth, running as 96 with the OMS. It's a 36.64. 36.64. Smartly off the start line in 2.21 seconds goes Mark Schlankler, birthday boy, remember, with his 1596 cc engine Force TA. Gumley over the finish line in 36.90, so a little bit back on Andrew Forsyth, who of course is very familiar, being a local man, with this hill. Jason Tunnicliffe now down to the start line. 1 litre turbocharged Empire Evo 3. Kawasaki turbocharged engine punches him away off the line in 2.18 seconds, and sparks fly from the rear end of the Empire as he climbs Bunny's Leap. At the top of the hill, number 98 though, Mark Schlanker clocks a 39 dead, 39.00 for Mark Schlanker. Now let's see how Tunnicliffe is doing, 17.09 in the S's. On the brakes for Martini at the top and over the finish line in 35.11 for the garage proprietor from Wedmore in Somerset. Around West Corner then goes Olivia Cooper, with 101 with the Force TA, showing the driving duties with husband Liam this weekend as ever. Olivia holds the women's outright hill record here at Wiscombe Park in this car, and you know, hopefully track conditions might put us in the realms of new hill records this afternoon if we should be lucky, but if that should be the case, Olivia will be looking to improve on the 36.49 that is currently her record. She's over the finish line at the moment with a 38.4. Tyres protesting away off the start line as Simon Ashley feeds the power in on his 2 litre Rolt RT3. Garage proprietor for Paynton, from Paynton in South Devon, contesting Class K1 racing cars. Engines here 1600 to 2 litre, normally aspirated. And in a minute we'll move on to Class K2, same size engines but forced induction. So K1 all about normally aspirated. And another such car is that of Nigel Pitt, the Dallara F399, 2 litre engine. Time for David Warburton in the Gould GR59. We'll be looking to see if David could get into the top 12 runoffs later on. 102, time of 36.02. So not quite on Jason Tunnicliffe's pace, but these are practice runs. It's the time runs and the runoffs that count a little bit later. 107 up the hill, Simon Carey from the Channel Islands, another Dallara man. This is a F302 chassis. Simon Ashley stops the clocks, car 105 on a 37.63, 37.63. Now we see the flashing red lights, the new panel that are being run alongside the red flag. One of the advantages of the panels, of course, they can be placed a little bit closer to the track than possibly a Marshall can be, so they're more in the eye line of the drivers. As you appreciate, if you're a driver going for the ultimate time, your concentration and your focus is on the track ahead, and you might not be picking up things in your peripheral view, so a panel closer to the track might well be beneficial. As you mentioned, not only have we got the British Hillclimb Championship, which is the main focus of the weekend for a lot of us, which is the outright British champion for the fastest cars, and we'll be doing a runoff for them. Alongside that is the British Hillclimb Cup. No runoffs there, and this is a competition that goes across the classes, but today and tomorrow will be qualifying rounds for that. Jonathan Varley with his GWR Predator 2 litre car we'll be seeing in practice very soon, hopefully. He's probably on his way down to, he might be in the next batch, but very shortly we'll be seeing him. He's at the top of the pile at the moment, on 102 points. Richard Snow, who those of you who've been here for a little while will have seen in action with his GT4 RS Porsche. He's currently in second on 89, ahead of Will Hall with the Gould GR59, and Matthew Ryder likewise mounted, all having a total of 80 points at the moment. Matthew Ryder 76. And then there was the Tin Top Top 10 Challenge, which will have runoff, so the drivers there have to qualify for that, and then we'll have championships presented by AE Turbo, and Damien Bradley, the man at the head of that, with 29 points, tied with Roger Moran. Top 12 type runner, but now with the Ford Fiesta, 2.3 litre Ford Fiesta, and this car's hill climbed in Greece, but now tying for the lead in the British Hillclimb Tin Top Top 10 Challenge. So up the hill goes Jonathan Varley then with the GWR Predator, the man who's leading the British Hillclimb Cup at the moment. He's out of the S's in 17.34. That's down to the start line. We have 708 moving us into the forced induction 1600 to 2 litre class. That's K2. Kelvin Broad at the wheel of this forced TA, 1300cc supercharged engine. And we'll see Alex Coles, that Dave mentioned a little earlier, in this car, running as number 8. That tells us that in 2025 he finished 8th in the British Hillclimb Championship, so that's a seeding, and you'll see that those numbers obviously on the side of the cars as those drivers come out, and will give us an indication of how they finished last year. So Kelvin Broad 708, out of the S's in 18.34, now powering along Castle Straight as away from the start line goes What a Mighty Machine. This is the Gyson Hepworth Sandblaster Special with Tim Thompson at the hill, and this originally started life as four-wheel drive, and which was trialled quite extensively across the years in speed hill climbing, but generally apart from the current range of Mitsubishi, Subarus and the odd Porsche, etc., tends not to be widely the case these days, with particularly with regard to the specialist single-seaters. But Tim, whose family have sponsored this particular car under the banner of Gyson International, along with Jonathan Flesher, giving the car an airing this week. Chevrolet V8, 5 litre Chevrolet V8, giving the power and about 400 brake horsepower. Car was originally brought to the tracks and known as the Hepworth FF. Four-wheel drive.
Can you hear me, Jeff?
Yeah, I can. Yes.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, are you still there?
Yeah.
Ah, well, that's all right.
Or signal. A bit closer.
You're a bit intermittent.
Are we?
Come in, David.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
That's
better, isn't it?
That's good.
Yeah.
That's
Are we
good.
bringing a batch back at present?
We're working on it. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm with Wayne Penrose. Wayne, welcome to England and Wiscombe Park. Lovely for you to come and join us. Now, anybody who's been listening this morning, and anybody who follows you on Facebook like I do, will know that you have quite a busy schedule, don't you? Because you pop back and forwards between Australia and here to deal with having the car. Now, it's a Volkswagen Beetle to look at, isn't it?
That is correct.
Now, tell us a bit about the specification, the history, how you come to build it. Was it one of those, I reckon I can get away with doing that type of things?
So
built by one of my mates in Sydney.
Going to walk down a bit further, Jeff. Unfortunately, the live stream guys are trying to get some footage of us with the car, but we can't get that sort of thing because it's just right on the edge of the signal. Oh, we got it down. You realise you've got to walk back up this hill afterwards, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, there we are. We're well down there. So, yeah, as I say, tell us a bit about the history of the car, Wayne.
So this car, which we affectionately named as Phoenix, is a car that one of my mates had built between 1991 and 1996. Unfortunately, he never got the car finished, so I purchased it in December 2010 and then did a full strip of the car and rebuilt it. It took me 5.5 years, and what we created was really a VW monster.
Yeah, I can see that. Now, I've looked in the back and there's a big box in there, and somebody told me what's hiding in that box, and it's an unusual place to find it, isn't it?
It is indeed. So the story behind that is we needed to get as much weight forward as we possibly could, being that it's a rear engine car. So we moved the turbo inside the car and then had to fabricate a housing around it to keep it concealed from the driver.
I bet that's warm in there with that today, isn't it?
It's warm even on the coldest of days.
Yeah, lovely. So now you've been doing events in the UK over the last few years, isn't it?
Yeah, so in 2024 I bought Phoenix over and I ran a limited number of events at Harewood, Gurston Down and Chelsea Wash. I then shipped Phoenix back to Australia where we did some maintenance homework on it before we planned this trip this year. So this is the second time I've imported Phoenix over in a 20-foot shipping container. It took 3 months to get here, but it arrived here safely.
And you're keeping it in the UK, obviously, while the year goes on, but you're still popping home again, aren't you? You only got back this week, didn't you?
Yeah, so I have got a busy schedule both in my leisure life and also my business in Australia, which is an air-cooled VW performance shop. So when I had that break between Harewood and Wiscombe here today, I had a 3-week break. I zipped back to Australia and did a week's work in my own shop, got a new engine built for a customer, got it paid for, which really helps with the second part of the trip, and then made my way back here, and I arrived on Wednesday morning.
Yeah, so not a lot of time to do anything, but you've done quite a bit of work though this week on the car, I believe.
Yeah, I really have. We had a race meeting from hell at Harewood, but you just kick that aside. We pulled the car apart, worked out what parts we needed for it, and when I came back to UK, I came back with a suitcase that was 21 kilos, and I had 1 pair of shorts and 3 t-shirts in there. So I had a new turbo, oil filters, clamps, hoses, and I had all the parts I needed I brought back with me.
Oh, wonderful. How'd you get on at customs? They like that?
Amazingly, it went straight through customs. I never got an inquiry at all. So.
They probably thought, oh, he's from Australia, just like that, aren't they?
That's exactly right, yeah.
So anyway, it's lovely to see you bring the car here. Your first time at Wiscombe. What's your impressions of Wiscombe as a venue in the hill itself?
The track is amazing. I really, really like the track. I've had 2 runs up there this morning. And it's narrow, it's fast, it's demanding, especially in corner handling and very tight hairpin turns. But I love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, and you got the best of weather for it as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I bought this fine Australian warm weather back with me.
This to you is just warm, isn't it? To us, it's baking.
I think I might have to go and jump on.
It's really good to see you, like I say, bring it over, make the commitment, come and join us. Enjoy your last run of the day. Obviously, the live stream guys have been out there taking some film of it while we've been chatting. But what is the actual engine speed?
Okay, so I've been a VW and with a Volkswagen engine. So the engine in Phoenix is a 2-litre Type 4 air-cooled 4-cylinder horizontal engine from a VW transporter or some combination of a surface bus. And we did quite a few enhancements, and it's been board and stored. It's now 27 mil, but turbo injected intercooled, running on methanol, and 26 pound of boost, produces 540 horsepower.
And what about torque?
The torque, I'm not sure of the torque figure.
Adequate, I think is the word.
Well, let's just say the front tyres don't wear out like the rears.
Is that because they're up in the air most of the time?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Anyway, it's great. Thank you very much. It's been great to meet you, Wayne. Lovely to see the car. Lovely to see it here in action. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. We might even catch up again tomorrow.
Thanks, David.
No problem at all. That's Wayne Penrose from VW. So back to you now, Jeffrey. I think you've got the next batch ready
I
to
think
come round to you.
we're not far away now.
We're
Cleared the returning cars and all the just little bits and pieces of work needed doing on the hill are all been finalised, so we're not far away.
We just start looking at Roger Moran's lovely Fiesta as well. This is a beautiful car, isn't it?
That was going well on the first practice run. Roger, of course, no stranger to Wiscombe Park.
Very, very experienced competitor, Roger. He's been here in all sorts of cars, and this is an awesome little Fiesta. I'm not sure what the power output is. I shall find out in a minute. Enough, isn't it? 300? 400? If we say 500, we'll just wind up steam. Yeah, 400. Over 400 brake horsepower for a Fiesta. So Roger's just gently relaxing in the back of the van. I see Dean going down to the line now, so I'll hand back to you.
Thank you, Dave. Got single seaters filtering down through to the start line. Some of them with covers on the tyres, make sure they don't pick up any debris as they make their way down to the start line. Another Australian, first to show, Ty, with his new mount, called GR59, 37 as mentioned in the programme, but a 39, the X-Graham wind machine. So although he's tested at Kerbera Sprint venue, this morning has been his first run with the car in competition. So that's car 112, the first of the large capacity single-seater racing cars, Class L racing cars over 2 litres. And Dean previously campaigned Empire Wraith, but which he originally during the winter shipped over, but had a big accident and got it repaired, and then the opportunity for a machine that would get him into the possibilities of qualifying for the top 12 came along, and he grabbed it, and here we go. So let's see Dean off the line in 2.38 seconds as he's now on the brakes for the right hander at the gate, nuclear through into the S's and away in 18.44. Prodigious amount of torque from this 4-litre V8 Judd engine. Being cautious around the hairpin at Sawbench, the right hand. There is possibly a best line through there. Causes the car's minimal disturbance, and he's away over the finish line. Sub 40 seconds in 39.26. 39.26 for Dean Ty in the GR59 on the hill. We have therefore 113 Andy Short back into Class K2. Luffridge with the Empire Wraith, and shared his car with Dean last year when he made his first foray into the British Championship and to Wiscombe Park. So time for 1:13. Andy Short is a 38.35. 38.35 for Andy Short from Exeter, local driver. And as we're getting these times, 38, 37, 36, to put that into context, the outright record here at Wiscombe Park, set back in 24, this meeting, shall we say, in 2024 by Matthew Ryder, was a 31.77. So 31.77 is the target time as the day progresses, if we're looking at a new hill record. William Luffridge with the Empire, then car 114, stops the clocks on 36.99 as away out of Wiscorner comes Richard Alexander from Blandford Forum in Dorset, with this 1300 turbocharged powered Force TA. Out of the S's in 18.76. 701 at the top of the hill on a time of 37.95. Stall on the start line for Paul Hames with the Gould GR59, but the rear wheels didn't cross the start line, so he's okay for a restart. 1:15, time of 39.57. That's Richard Alexander. Time for 7:01, which was Liam Cooper, 37.95 for Liam Cooper, and Paul Hames is away off the line in 2.36 seconds. Now attacking the S's with verve, 16.92 as he heads up to Saul Bench, the right hand hairpin, and just gets the power on nice and early, all under control, no dramas. Castle Straight, fastest part of the hill, braking and through Martin with a tad of opposite lock as he applies the power and slides over the finish line. Number 10, Paul Hames, time of 34.89. And as we mentioned earlier on, the numbering system, 10 to 1, signifies the finishing position of that particular driver in last year's championship. So powering away up the hill, another of the top 10 from last year, Alex Coles with the TA Force 1300 supercharged power, 16.55 out of the S's. He's now over the finish line at Martini in 34.24. 34.24 for Alex Coles. So the ante is rising. Paul Hames at 34.89. Alex Coles, number 8, 34.24. So drivers now in the British Hillclimb Championships, particularly those who are looking to qualify for the top 12 runoffs, beginning to push the pace just to see how their cars handle as they drive a little bit faster. So Terry Graves with the S's are now over the finish line, car 117 with the Gould DJ 55 XD, and the time of 39.69. Out of the S's in 17.25 is Harry Pick with the OMS 28 XD, and he's now up to the braking point and through Martini with a tad of opposite lock under power for Harry, and the clock says 35.50 for 118. Alex Summers with the self-built AFS P8T on the hill, as at the start line we have Dave Uren with the GR55B. Let's see how Alex is doing over the finish line with the 2.6 litre machine in 34.37. 16.68 at the S's. He's now through the left-hand kink before Saul Bench hairpin. A little bit of a slide on the back end as he applies the power. Now really digging in hard along Castle Straight. Makes it over the finish line. Car number 6 in a time of 34.60. Trevor Willis now with a 3.2 litre OMS 28 attacking the hill. 16.63 at the S's for the man from Worcester. Car number 6 then over the finish line. 34.60. We'll confirm that. Now let's see the time for 5. Trevor Willis is 34.48. Will Hall, joint leader in the British Championship after the 4 Channel Island rounds in last weekend or the week before. So 2.18 off the line. This jet-powered Gould GR59, 16.04 he clocks at the S's as 4-time champion and previous hill record holder here at Wiscombe Park. Wallace Mingies comes to the line. Hall completes his second practice run, car number 3 in 33.39. 33.39 as the Scotsman's away off the line with a 3.3 litre Cosworth. 2.13 was his launch time as he feathers the throttle over Bunny's Leap, lets the car settle, gets on the brakes and attacks the S's, finding his apexes neat and tidy. No dramas there. Time is 16.01 at Saul Bench, and yeah, uses all the track, just drifts the car to the outside. Now it's Castle Straight, looking for the braking, on the brakes, haul it round the hairpin, over the finish line, and it's a 33.23. 33.23. And the reigning and double British champion comes to the line, Matthew Ryder. Again, Gould GR59. This time we're back to the 4-litre V8 Judd as far as the power plant is concerned. Matthew from Farringdon in Oxfordshire. Took 14 run-off wins last year on his way to the championship. He's going to hold on to that title and make it a triple. 2.21 for the operations consultant off the start line, and he's 16.19 at the S's. Neat and tidy on the approach to Saul Bench. No dramas there. Is he on to improve on Mengi's 33.23? He's around Martini and over the finish line. The answer is no. It's a 33.83. So our leading 3 title protagonists all in the 33 bracket. The fastest, Wallace Mingies, 33.23, and he has taken the last 4 rounds since he's had a new engine. There may be something to be said there. We'll see at the end of the day. 33.23 for Mingies, 33.39 for Hall, and Ryder 33.83. But we've yet to get to the business part of today. Where is your VR, man? Everybody says. Right, so what is it? This is if they say so. Yeah. If they want to feed any information,
Yeah, they just slip on.
somebody should be looking after them, shouldn't they? But there you are. Yeah. Never mind. Okie dokie. 1-2-1 then on the hill. 21.38 at the S's. Red flags out on the hill, so an issue there. Let's scan. It's the old Geisen Sandblaster Special come to a halt at Saw Bench. So just Marshall's just conversing with the driver to see if he's going to require a toast. Jonathan Flesher running as 1-2-1. We've seen Tim Thompson up the hill in this stunning car, which has great history. And then we'll be waiting on the start line. Still, once we've got that clear, we'll be looking, I would have thought, to give Ed Hollier a rerun from Class I racing cars 600 to 1100. See, got flagged. So, yep, in due course gets the chance to take to the hill again and get a time.
Well, Jeff, while we're having a little break, it will be approximately 20 minutes to half an hour and we'll be breaking for lunch.
Okay.
So if we could ask everybody who's going to go to the catering to avoid that sort of time, because we need to get all the marshals and officials down off the hill to have their lunch and get themselves refreshed so that they can go back up and marshal for this afternoon. Generally they get through fairly quickly, so if I could just appeal to everybody, if you're going to go and get lunch, either nip there quickly now, or could you leave it till after the marshals have been down and got their lunch, because obviously they're quite important we get them back.
Presumably the catering unit at Wiscombe doesn't do all the...
It will do. It does most of what we do up here as well.
So people could go there.
Yes, they could go there.
Yep.
Ash is manning it down there, and he's able to do the majority of the same food as what they're doing up here.
So that's an alternative. But
Yes.
people wouldn't want to miss coming into the paddock, but if you want to get the food before you come to the paddock, then there's a unit at Wiscombe.
The only exception is things like ice creams and donuts.
Specialist.
The enjoyable foods, shall we say, the
Indeed.
things that are bad for
That are not good for you. But Mr. Hollier is not thinking about that at the moment, as he's just gone over the finish line. Ed Hollier taking his rerun in 36.09. 36.09 for Ed Hollier, running as number 85. He's probably not been eating too many donuts and ice creams. So now we're looking at cars from Class W, the Downton Motor Club. And these are working to a different regime to the British Championship with regard to what is a timed run and whatever. So this is a timed run for competitors in Class W. 750 on the hill. Ruby Riggs from Shaftesbury with the BMW R53 Cooper S. Following up the hill is one of the vehicles that are on display here today, courtesy of Porsche Centre in Exeter, and this is one of the latest K-Series electric machines. Quite stunning it looks as well, and apparently the performance is somewhat stunning as well, as this is billed as the fastest production Porsche ever built.
That's quite some claim, isn't it?
That is a claim, yeah. But talking to Laura Wardle Keane Elliott, depending on what absolutely stunning. So there is something to be said about electric vehicles, even if they don't make the right noises, so to speak.
I know it's a bit of a Marmite situation, really, but when you compare the Ferrari Juice, I think they called it, to this Porsche that we have here today. The Ferrari doesn't quite have the edge, shall we say.
Ah, good, right.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
I'm sure somebody will come and argue that one with me before the day's out.
But as we've got a Porsche people here, it's appropriate, isn't it?
It is, yes. The thing being, it's like everything. They're having to change the range. I mean, most of the time we've think of them as sports cars and high performance sports cars, but they're having to cater for a different market these days, aren't they?
Oh, indeed.
Yeah, I'm going to have a chat to the Porsche team a bit later on, just so that people can see, what they've got there and what they're demonstrating, etc.
They're not going to let you ever go in one, are they?
Yeah. Well, I don't think they're going to let me have the keys.
Ah, never
Mind
mind.
you, most of them are keyless, aren't they? So
Yep.
I might be able to get in it if somebody's standing close enough, press a button, make it all work, get at the top and come back. What do you think?
Well, it's worth a go, isn't it? No, I'm not encouraging you.
No.
I'm not encouraging.
Something while people are walking around the paddock, I will say, if they go over to the far side, over by the trees and the tree line, away from where the catering side of it, right over the far side to where the Downton Motor Club are, they've got a little display over there, and they've got Thunderbird 4. Do you remember Thunderbird 4?
Oh.
I can't say it.
Well, I remember Thunderbirds, but I don't think I could probably recognise.
It's the
particularly
yellow
for-
one, Thunderbird 4.
Oh, is it? Right. Okay.
Right. It's actually Nigel and Stuart Sampson. They're raising money for Ben, the charity, and it's the Ben on the Bangers charity rally they're entering in it. But they got all the details of the Ben charity, which is basically it's a men's health charity. It was many years ago. It was involved. Dennis Jenkinson was I believe he was president or something of it many years ago. For those who can remember Dennis, and it was aimed mainly those days at the motoring repair world. They've moved on to building and all sorts of manual sort of things, but it's a men's health charity really. And they're trying to arrange awareness to make sure everybody is aware of what they do. The Gyson Sandblaster Special has just gone past me. Isn't it nice to hear a big old V8 occasionally?
Good old indeed. It was originally an Oldsmobile, but now I think it's a Chevrolet, if I'm right. But it still sounds absolutely right. In fact, now, double-driven car there, and then you've got the Tippett Brabham, lots of nice guttural V8 sounds going out of that. Yeah. So completely different V8s to the more contemporary Judds, and that they make it completely different. So,
But anyway, if anybody wants to go over and have a chat with them about Ben and discover what they're doing and probably sit in Thunderbird 4. I mean, I think we're old enough to remember Thunderbirds the first time around. I remember Thunderbird 2 was the green one. That's enough of that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Where's Lady Penelope? Have you seen her? No, I'm not Parker. Anyway, moving on.
You've got the wrong hat on today.
Yeah. So it's like I say, they're over there. It's worth going and having a look. There's young Polly Ashby going past me now. Now, Polly's one of our younger competitors. She's not competing today. She's just looking at me in horror.
She's just been ambushed, poor girl.
Ambushed is the word. So now Polly is doing a lot of autocrossing as well as doing the odd hill climbs. And what's it going to be this year? Is it going autocrossing or hill climbs, Polly?
I'm doing autocross and drifting, so I'm leaving the hill climbs and sprints for a minute.
What?
Yeah, I'm doing drifting instead.
Drifting, that.
A BMW E36 compact.
So, like a lot of people, gone BMW route with a big engine in it and all that sort of thing. You're not giving up your autocross, though, are you?
No, I'm not giving up autocross.
At the moment, you're running what looks like a smart roadster. It's not really, is it? It's a lot more complex than that.
Yeah, it's just a smart roadster space frame. It's Dad's old car, but yeah.
Does he give you tips, or are you giving him tips?
Giving him tips now, I think.
I think he is. And that's right, yeah. It's a lovely event. I mean, you've been doing hill climbing a long time, haven't you, really, Simon? And you know, the route. I remember when Rod Isles was running around winning events with a championship. Fantastic chassis, wasn't it? The RT4.
Oh, it's a good chassis. It's nice. I like it. It's like a proper old racing car. You know, it's an aluminium monocoque tub, and it's just nice.
So.
No, politic that from me. I'm driving a Maestro now.
I remember them. There was had oil leaks. Anyway, well done. And they're just linking the battery pack on.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Oh, listen to that.
That's fantastic, isn't it? Does it bring back memories of the McRae and things like that with Dave Harris and Roy Lane? Showing our age, aren't I? Well, showing my age. I'm not sure about you.
Fortunately, yes, I am. I'm here at Wiscombe Park back in May in 1969 when the event was the third round of what was then the Shell RAC British Hillclimb Championship. Driving the designer and constructor David Hepworth then went on to take the championship in 69 and 71 and finish up as runner-up in 1970. So the car has heritage generally in the hill climb history and also here at Wiscombe Park in particular. It was a 2.33 off the line and 21.61 as he now powers that massive 5-litre Chevrolet V8. As I said, originally Oldsmobile power, but still 400 brake horsepower to play with. Along Castle Straight, and now just the hairpin at Martin to negotiate. Pressure through that, and over the finish line in 44.33. 44.33 for car 1. Kingsbridge started motorsport last season. Purchased the car originally from an advert on eBay, I think, and purchased it without seeing the car. Up the hill, 3-2, Toby Bishop. BMW Mini Cooper S, first generation 2006. Produces something in the order of 230 brake horsepower. And then they're followed off the line by the Vauxhall Corsa B, dating back to 1996, in the hands of Kieran Stevens, car mechanic from Shepton Mallet. This is his second season in the British Hillclimbs and Sprints. Previously drove a Citroen C2 when he was a junior, but now he's come of age to drive something with a bit more power. So very much a, as most Hillclimb cars are, a project in work. As the team's improving the specification and the performance year by year. So the time for Peter Smith 131 is a 49.99. 132 Toby Bishop stopped the clocks on 44.02. Kieran Stevens now joins them at the top in the paddock at 47.58 for car 133. Now here's a Mini with a difference across the park line. It's the Maguire Mini Cooper S of Derek Kessel. This is a Spacephone chassis with a body, hence the low line of the car. Dominic Bishop with the Ford Beer Regis driver in the top paddock on 44.25. Lee Kessel following his father up the hill with his 13cc Austin Mini. And now John White awaits the green flag on the start line. Retired farmer, now running a storage business in Cornwall with his 1 litre turbocharged Ford Fiesta. Bought the car like to be expected. That puts Derek as the fastest in class. No, second fastest. He's just 200th shy of Toby Bishop. So Toby Bishop in pole position at the moment. Derek Kessel third with the Maguire. Dominic Bishop with the Radical SR4 in third place ahead of Lee Kessel. 46 is now at the top in 47.17. John White also joins him in the top paddock. Car 137 with the Fiesta. Sub 50 seconds on 49.55. 138 Matthew Eardley. LDS is in 25.21. Cleo, and he's over the finish line now at the top of the hill. 138 in a time of 51.84. 51.84 for Matthew, who's in his first season in this sport. The Cleo to compete on a budget. He said, built, I'll give it a go, and I'm absolutely loving it. He's third in the British Championship. So well done there to Matthew. 139 at the top. There's Zach Cobb with his R53 supercharged Mini Cooper S on a time of 45.41. So that puts him into fourth place, demoting Lee Kessel down to fifth. Bishop still ruling the most ahead of Derek Kessel. Bishop. Time at the top for Steve Jarrett. 45.63. 45.63 for Steve Jarrett. Chris Bryant on the start line now with his MG-ZR. New engine from the beginning of the season. Appears to be running reliably. A lot of setup problems back at the beginning of the season, but they were overcome with assistance from Tipton Garage. And this 1.8K series engine, which is similar to what was used in the Motor Cities, powering the driving instructor to the top of the hill. And the S is in 22.63. King with the Audi 142 is a 47.79, and Harry Whitehead with the UNOS Roadster running as 141. He's on a time of 45.88. Back to Chris Bryant, the 143 is a 46.94. Graham Gonzalez completes his first timed run of the day with the Hayabusa powered Austin Mini, so 1298cc, but not the usual power plant, but motorcycle Hayabusa 144 time 44.70. Gate goes Alan Dyke with a Fiat Rabat. As we have a little bit of squeal away off the start line from the Fiat Punto. David Gill his 1368 turbocharged machine. Time for 145. The Matthews Austin Mini is a 47.74. The BMW way off the line. 3.16 seconds. That's David Lord. It's the car we've seen previously in the hands of Ruby Riggs. Alan Dyke with the Fiat Bath 146, clocks a 50.16. Paul Scholes with the Escort, a non-starter. 25.23 at the S's for David Gill, and he translates that to a 51.86 at the top of the hill with the Fiat Punto. So just David Lord on the hill at the moment, 23.88 at the S's. He's now round Martini and over the finish line in 48.86, 48.86 for 150 David Lord. So we've got Toby Bishop very much doing the business in the Downton Motor Club class, 44.02. Derek Kessel in second, 44.04. Dominic Bishop with the Radical in third with a climb of 44.25. So it'll be time to return those cars from the top paddock area. And then we're heading into a little recess, Dave,
yes.
I guess.
I've just been talking
luncheon.
to the
powers to be,
Jason Hayes, Esquire. And Jason says that we will be resuming at 13:30. So that's first car on the hill at 13:30. Marshals need to be on the hill a bit before that because obviously they need to get themselves sort of back into position, and then there has to be a hill inspection by the stewards. Mm-hmm. And then once all that's been done, we'll be able to restart. So,
okay. So it's got ideal time for people to come and look round the paddock, look at the cars.
It is indeed.
Porsche
again,
paddock, of course, in front of the house. Yeah.
I will remind people that
indeed,
if you're coming down, please let the marshals and officials have priority at lunch, because obviously they've only got a limited time before they have to be back into their roles back on the hill. And they, like you, they want to have a little walk around the paddock as well. So they get down, they have grab themselves something from the catering, go and have a little stroll round and see what the the cars are like, and see the drivers a bit more up close, and it's a bit more rewarding for them as well then, because otherwise all they ever see is cars on the hill and they never get to wander around the paddock. So if we can give them a bit of priority at the food queues, that would be wonderful.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Yeah. I've got a little something for you, so I shall come and find you. Don't get excited.
I'll stand still.
Right.
I won't move.
Lunchtime then, and away.
After almost a year of redevelopment, our brand new Destination Porsche Centre is finally open. Let's take a tour. As you walk into our brand new showroom, you'll be welcomed by our new layout and our lovely showroom hosts.
We will guide you to the most appropriate collie and make your visit to our showroom as seamless as possible.
Throughout the building, you'll find inviting spaces designed for comfort and connection, perfect for relaxing while we take care of you and your Porsche.
We've reimagined the experience with an updated, tech-focused configuration lounge, where you can spec your Porsche in detail. We also have dedicated breakout rooms for your appointments, creating a more private and relaxed environment. And when it's time to collect your new Porsche, our 2 state-of-the-art handover bays allow us to deliver a truly personalised experience, making your handover moment unforgettable. Let's take a look upstairs.
Welcome to our Work One Lounge, a spacious and inviting area open to all customers, whether you're visiting with your Porsche or simply stopping by.
When you arrive on site, you'll notice a few changes. Parking has moved and you're now parked to the left instead of the right. We currently have 2 fast chargers, but when we complete, we will have 7 with 1 available 24/7.
And that brings us to the heart of what Destination Porsche is all about.
It's more than just a showroom. It's a space designed to bring people together. Whether you're here to explore, connect, or simply enjoy the atmosphere, this is your Destination Porsche and we are here to welcome you.
Oh yeah.
Away off the line, 3.3 lead. Cosworth 2.13 was his launch time. Cosworth gets on the brakes. S's finding his apexes neat and tidy. No dramas there. Time is 16 points. Championship. That title 2.21 for the operations consultant and 16.19 at the S's.
but when we complete, we will have 7 with one available 24/7.
And that brings us to the heart of what Destination Porsche is all about.
It's more than just a showroom. It's a space designed to bring people together.
Whether you are here to explore, connect or simply enjoy the atmosphere, this is your Destination Porsche and we are here to welcome you.
Before we go back after lunch, I'm over in front of the house with Erin, who's in charge of all the outdoor events at Porsche Exeter, and Gareth, who is the centre manager. Centre principal. So anyway, lovely to see you here with your courses and your range of courses. Just tell us a little bit about, well, you had a big revamp, haven't you, at the championship, and everything's looking really, really nice. We might have to move a bit closer to this place because the mic is not picking up all the time. That's a bit better. Yeah, so tell us a little bit, Gareth, about, your background. Very new facilities, new workshop, and the thought behind it is the destination board, and it's to encourage people to come and view the brand, experience the brand, and it's a lot more relaxed than it was in the past, and really to open the doors to the Porsche brand and let people in the southwest come and experience it. So your passion area, I take it, is quite large. Yeah, it's huge. It's probably just south of Western Supermare, all the way down to Land's End, and everything in between. It's one of the biggest
in the country, and we're really privileged and excited to represent it in this area. We've got a lot of Porsche customers. I think it's about 6,500 Porsches in this area, and we don't know them all yet, so a day like today we get out to meet as many Porsche enthusiasts as we possibly can.
So tell us a little bit about the range that you've got here today, because you've got a new electric car with us today, haven't you?
I know, can you hear the boos? I think everyone's booing us now.
No, it's the people who've seen the Ferrari that are cheering you with the design, I tell you.
No, I can imagine, yeah, we brought the electric car along to sort of introduce it to the world. It's only been out just over a month. And it is an exciting car, and it's we have an exciting electric range already, but this is a really exciting car. This is the KN base model. We do have the turbo at the centre, and for those people who enjoy going fast, that's the really fast car. That's 0 to 60 in 2.4 seconds, 1150 brake horsepower. It's a real speed car. But yeah, we've got the electric car, and then we've got some classic models. So we've got some of our older cars, some approved cars here, so some of our used cars which do look close to new. We've got our Spirit 70, which is a limited edition, celebrating 70 years of Porsche. We've got our KN off-road competition car, which is a proper V8, and that's one of the car that our technicians did an off-road exercise in early this year. Yeah, we've got something for everybody.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see the KN, because I can go back many years ago when before it was Porsche Centre Extra, when it was Parks, and they actually helped sponsor the event here, and they lent us a KN as a course car. It was like brand new then, so I mean we've had a bit of history with Porsche over the years, really. And it's lovely to see that, hopefully we can continue that into the future.
Yeah, absolutely. When I moved into the area, I searched events that are going on, and we saw this hill climb, and we wanted to get back involved. So yeah, maybe we ought to give you the Cayenne again, maybe the new one, the electric one, as the course car next time, and see how well that goes down. But yeah, the Cayenne's been a fantastic car for Porsche. Really helped put the brand on the map worldwide, and the off-road one is just to prove that they can go off-road. They're not just there for the school run.
I know what you mean. I mean, when they brought out the Cayenne, first of all, it was quite a revolutionary change from the Porsche that we knew, which was the 911 range. I mean, I call it 911, but I know it's 968 and all sorts of other numbers that I can't compute, to be honest. Yeah. And it was quite radical then, wasn't it? That it is that in Macan and things like that now, they have become much more of a family orientated range as well as a sports range, haven't they?
Yes, they have very much family orientated. The world has moved towards SUVs, and the manufacturers that have moved with it or led it, which I believe Porsche have, they're the ones who've done very well, because people want larger cars. But the good thing about Porsche, when they make a four-wheel drive or an SUV, they make it with the intention of it being a sports car still. So it's a nod to its sports car roots. You can drive the car hard, but it still can get comfortably 5 people, full set of luggage, golf clubs, car parts, whatever you think, we can get it in there.
Well, lovely. Well, thank you for coming along and bringing the range along. If anybody's wandering around, I know there's quite a lot of people down here over lunch having a look around. You're here all weekend. Please come and see the people here from Porsche. And thank you, Aaron, for putting this display on. It's really, really nice to see you all.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, come down, speak to our technicians, speak to Erin, speak to me, although I don't know much about the cars, but yeah, thank you very much for having us.
Well, thank you. So we'll certainly be restarting, and it would be nice to actually come out and see us. Yeah, we have got quite a few Porsches in the entry as well today, so quite a nice theme going on there. So anyway, come on down, have a wander around, have a chat to the people from Porsche in Exeter, and have a look at their range they brought with them.
gentlemen, just prepare to kick off the afternoon. See the course vehicle turning back down the hill. The stewards of the meeting will have carried out their all the marshals have returned from the lunch break and all the equipment is ready, all safety gear etc. is ready for this afternoon's runs. And with regard to the runs, we're now looking at the national classes, which is class A all the way through to M. They have their one-timed run, and from that, for those who wish to qualify for the Tin Top Top 10 runoffs and the British Hillclimb Championship Top 12 runoffs, will have to post their time. So it'll be the fastest 10 and 5 in those two categories that will go through to the shootouts or the runoffs, which will be at the end of the meeting. And once we've gone through the national event, then there'll be Class W, the Downton Motor Club. Those competitors have taken one practice run and one timed run. So at the moment, Toby Bishop is the fastest in that class, so they will take their second time run, and those competitors will take the fastest of their two runs forward for results purposes. So our first car down to open up this afternoon session, which we'll see us lead through to the prestigious British Hillclimb Championship presented by Nova Motorsport and the top 12 runoffs, and that's invariably across the years where we've seen a new hill record set. Whether that will be the case today, we will have to just observe and quietly take in the proceedings as off the line and around the corner. Zoe Sherman, Class A1, road-going series production cars up to 2,000 cc's. Zoe with the fastest run so far, it's run at 50.07. Pick up a number of double-driven cars. Remember, we can identify those because they have the additional 7 in front of their number. So 725 for Zoe Sherman with the Lotus Exige. And now we've got the 911 Porsche Carrera from Class C3 in the hands of Laura Elliott, and she'll be running at 756. And co-driver Jonathan Williamson later on will run as 56. So the red light on at the start line and the red flags are out at the moment. We see the Lotus is stationary in the S's. Now, whether there was an issue on the hill or whether it's possibly Zoe has an issue with the car, I'm not sure. It's currently held by the marshals in the S's. Just above the S's actually. She's got through the time set in 24.77 seconds, having launched in 2.83. A dual system here at Wiscombe Park today. Apart from the marshals handling the red flags, we have panels as well, flashing red to back up the flags. The system is under development and consideration for future use and future development. So the Lotus and Zoe Sherman making their way slowly under the red flag to the top of the hill. We'll see in due course whether there may be a rerun. If the red flags came out to bring Zoe to a halt for some reason, then there'll be a rerun. But if there was an issue with the car, she made it up to Martini. That should clear the course, and once the red flags of Cascade have been brought in and the message is cascaded down the hill, get a red flag for 725, so Zoe will get a rerun. run of the day. Certainly this Porsche 911 career in the hands of Jonathan Williamson has qualified for the Team Top Challenge runoffs. Any saloon car, any sports car, as long as it's got a roof basically, qualifies. We've got some exotic machinery. Damien Bradley with his Subaru Legacy, Stephen Darley with his Subaru Impreza. We're talking power outputs of 700, 800 brake horsepower. Jonathan's Porsche, Paul Howes with his Porsche RSR. Laura drops the pace by 2.35 seconds. I've been driving in partnership with Jonathan Williamson for over 40 years now, 41 plus years, and she still loves driving this particular other machines. Certainly a distinctive exhaust note. Castle Straight up to the left-hand hairpin at Martini. So those double-driven cars, I suspect, will be returned back down the hill so that co-drivers can be prepared and get aboard. And then we'll move forward through the Class A1 Road Gearing Series production cars. We've got a mixture there, a couple of Exeges, Zoe Zerman and Michael Thompson, along with Jonathan Langmead, golf professional from Exeter, who knows Wiscombe like the back of a proverbial hand. And in fact, in the practice runs, it was Jonathan was second the times of the 44.38 until Michael Thompson put in 44.07. Bustle discount Ford Fiesta in the hands of Julian Rinaldi, this potent 1-litre turbocharged Fiesta. Has taken Julian to runner-up position in the Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe Championship in 2023 and 24.
Did a few years ago, lost off the greenery down there. Yeah. That's Will Hall, wasn't it? Yeah, one of these guys. Will Hall.
In Class A1 road going series production cars up to 2000cc. So the red flags are still out on the hill. So I think you see cars now returning towards the main paddock area, down the hill to the main paddock area.
So are we bringing a small batch down, Jeff?
We're bringing 2 cars.
2 cars?
2 cars.
Who can I talk to for 2 cars length?
Did you enjoy your lunch?
Pardon?
Did you enjoy your lunch?
It's very nice actually. I have a field roll, which is very, very nice indeed. And yeah, like I say, I'm not going to have very long now. Just going to put my head in. Dean's actually got his laptop. I was looking at his laptop. Now, I don't know whether he's looking at data or whether he's looking at rugby. I'm just going to see if I can. Are you busy? Are you looking at data or are you watching the rugby? I was just asking really, like, how you enjoyed your first sort of, I said, great, your car.
Loved it. From the Empire. Obviously very quick and straight. It responds to the throttle very quickly and turns very nicely. It's only
And then you'll be out there challenging them, no doubt.
Oh, but it's a while for me to get there, but yeah, I would. Yeah.
That's good. All right. Well, I'll catch up with you over the weekend. I mean, nice to see that you're getting a bit, and be interesting to hear sort of like how your weekend goes towards the end of the weekend.
No, it's Dave. I'll talk to you.
We talk later.
So that's Dean Ty all the way from.
Yeah. I got no worries then.
Yeah. No worries, mate.
No worries. That's proper, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So. All right, look like the marshals are up here getting some cars out the paddock. I think one has got a rerun or something.
Yeah, Zoe Sherman with the Exige booked up for a rerun. So they'll have to fit Michael Thompson in later on. That's going to mess the batch system, but I'm sure the Clarks are on top of all those sort of things. Car brought straight round into the paddock queue, and no doubt.
Everybody's pointing at Alex Coles at the moment because I'm up here, but as it happens out, I'm just a little bit busy to talk to you. Well, that makes a change, doesn't it?
That is a shame. That is a shame.
But it won't be later when I have got time, I tell you. I'll be back, don't worry. Yeah.
You can't better people queuing up to talk to you there. That's a positive.
No. So it looks like the car's not come out now. Number one though that was coming out. So have you got cars going down to the line at the moment? Or is the funnel still empty?
No, we're still up in the paddock.
Right. In that case, Alex Coles, come on. Let's have a little chat, Mr. Coles. So now you're getting some pretty good results this last few months, aren't you?
Yeah, we haven't done too bad. Obviously, the trip to Guernsey last weekend was slightly less fortunate, but it was still a good experience. Hoping for some more good results this weekend.
Local hill, does that help you?
Yeah, I mean, I've been coming here my whole life, so been watching and learning all those years, and hopefully the results show that today.
You're line 8th in the championship at the moment, so you are you're 10 points behind. So if you get an FTD, you'll be there, won't you?
Yeah, that's all it is, just an FTD.
Yeah, I know. But you are up against some seriously more powerful cars than you, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, we don't do too bad. The whole package itself is really drivable, really good to drive, and places like this, you never know what might happen. See if we can sneak up somewhere higher. Make the most.
Well, we hope so, because it's always nice when you see somebody local is up there in the British Championship doing well. The cars are going down to the start line, so that means I don't have to talk to you much longer. You don't have to talk to me. Which is it?
I don't know. You choose.
Diplomatic. Well done. Anyway, great to see you here. Great to see the results you're getting this year, and let's see how you get on later this afternoon and tomorrow. Jeff, there is a little bit of a PA issue that I may not make it to saw bench later, so I'm going to come and sit in with you while we do the top 10.
Okay. No problem.
They're just trying to sort something out for me at the moment.
So we've got a change of runners down to the start line before we give Zoe Sherman a rerun. We've brought Aaron Colburn Aaron Colburn from class K1, the normally aspirated 1600 to 2 litre single-seater class. 2 seconds, and Zoe on the start line with the Lotus Exige. Second practice run 15.07. Meanwhile, Colburn's out of the S's in 19.41 and now passing up to flicks it through there and over the finish line in a time of 40.62 for car 110. Exige still on the line, waiting for the green light. Traffic light system without the amber, shall we say, red and green. Red obviously holds the drivers, and then once it turns green, they can depart the start in their own time, and that's exactly what's happened. Into Wiscombe, powering away over Bunny's Leap. And then this is where the faster cars have to get the suspension settled before they brake and turn right-handed through the gate into the S's, and it's left, right, left, and then up towards Saul Bench through a long right and a short left, then the hairpin at Saul Bench. Zoe's through there, neat and tidy, having left the S's in 23.30. And now the fastest part of the course along Castle Straight, as Julian Rinaldi is way off the line with the Ford Fiesta 1 litre EcoBoost, 3-cylinder 1 litre car, turbo, giving out about 200 brake horsepower. He stepped it off the line in 3.15 seconds and is now hustling for all he's worth up through the S's and clocking a time of 22.03 at Saul Bench. And the pictures are frozen, but he was turning in all right. And now it's along Castle Straight and plucking up courage, leave the braking, brake, turn in, power over the line, and we're looking for car 22. And we've got a time for car 21, which is 45.90. So now it's the Clio on the way up the hill in David Hemming's hands. Out of the S's in 24.32 for David Hemming. 49.16 for Julian Rinaldi, 49.16 for the Fiesta man, and now Jonathan Langmead away off the line with his Exige, a golf professional in Kenton. Started hill climbing about 13 years ago with a 1967 Lotus Elan. Had a short spell in single-seaters and then went back to the Lotus Elise. David Hemming, car number 21 at the top in 45.90, 45.90 for David Hemming. And now James Kerr with his Peugeot 205 joins him in the top paddock on 51.48. So Julian Rinaldi leading the way with the 1 litre Ford Fiesta at the moment in Class A1 road going series production cars up to 2,000 cc's. Can Jonathan Langmead do something about that? The golfer with the Lotus Elise, car number 24, it's a 43.49, 43.49. So Langmead goes into P1 in Class A1. Everybody moves down a notch, but there's Michael Thompson to run as yet. Car number 25. But he will have to wait because the car's at the top of the hill with Zoe because she had the red flag, so everything's a little bit out of kilter. So he'll get his time chance a little later. So we move on to Class A2, road going series production cars, this time over 2 litres. We've got Peter Herbert at the top with the delightful contemporary version of the Renault A110. It's known as the Alpine A110 after a bit of rebranding by the Renault company. 48.58 for Herbert, 48.58. And we also have Ross McDonald in the top paddock with his 2.7 litre RS replica Porsche, car number 29 on 47.95. As around Wiscombe goes Richard Snow with his GT4 RS. 45.30 was his best in practice. Tony Adams, time car number 30 with his Cayman, is a 44.86. So he goes into the lead in Class A2. Peter Herbert. Peter with the LP on 48.58. Now across the compound, having launched in 2.97 seconds, goes James Hudson, listed in Class A3, but I think he's been moved into Class A2 with the Subaru Impreza. Simon Neve with the Mitsubishi Lancer GSR. Up towards Bunny's Leap, avionics systems engineer living in Yeovil. First event was the national event here at Wiscombe Park back in 2006. Has campaigned an Evo 6 RS, but of late it's been the Lancer GSR, four-wheel drive of course. Originally a Japanese import. And then went up towards Liverpool, and then Simon bought it and brought it back down south. And now the Toyota Yaris GR in the hands of John Simpson. This is actually a GR Yaris circuit, so it's got a few extra bits and pieces for in performance, of course. Basically a road going spec, but upgraded brakes, suspension, wheels, tyres, etc. John, a former Ford Escort national champion, factory driver for both Ford and Subaru. So we'll be looking to make the most of the 310 brake horsepower that is available. Time for car 32, Richard Snow in Class A2 is a 45 seconds dead. Simon Neve running as 36 with the Lancer GSR, 46.82. So he opens the scoring in Class A3. Following up the hill then, John Simpson with that Toyota, 45.52. And James Hudson's time car number 37 was a 45.18. 45.18 for number 37. Now it's into road going specialist production cars. Class B in today's programme. We've already got Johnny Toon on the hill with his Fisher Fury 2-litre powered machine. As now it's Rob Brody with another Fury, but this time just the 893cc motorcycle powered rather than conventional car engine. Johnny Toon then over the finish line in 43.76 with the 2-litre version. Brody number 43 out of the S's in 20.66 as Richard Price spins the wheels up off the line in 2.49 seconds with this 1800cc Rover K Series powered Caterham 7. So Richard from Newcastle under Lyme in Staffordshire has got about 220 brake horsepower to play with in this basically lightweight Caterham 7. He originally built the car from a kit back in about 2002. Competed in the Lotus 7 Club Speed Championship from 2003 through to 2022, in which time he gained 6 championship class wins. And now Andrew Russell, experienced hill climber with the Ginetta G15, rear engine of course, Hillman Imp powered, and he's contesting Class C1 modified series production cars up to 1400cc. But we'll go back to Class B, pick up the time for 43. It was Rob Brody, and it's a 42.72. So that puts him ahead of Toon. And now Rob Brody goes into second place. That 40.73. Can't read my own writing. 40.73 for Richard Price, who's now at the top of the order with the Caterham 7. So Richard wooing the roost. Rob Brodie in second place with a 42.72. And Johnny Toon on 43.76. A Price leading the way in Class B. Currently 5th in the British Hillclimb Cup, so any points that are on offer there will certainly be well received by Richard to give him a leg up. At the moment he's just 3 points behind fourth place man, so that might well be well received. Andrew Russell's time was a 47.95 with the Ginetta G15. Red flags out on the hill. Paul Talbot's Mini 1275 GT held under the flag at the gate. Scanning the hill, can't see anything untoward. May well have a car on Castle Straight, I think. Hello, David.
Hello, Jeffrey. So
you're loud.
Just a bit of an update for everybody. The afternoon run structure, if you've got a running order, has changed in actual fact now. So the tin tops and the top 12 runoffs will be the very last two batches that go up today. So just so everybody's aware, the Downton group which was to run after them will be running ahead of them, and then the tin tops will go up and probably step because I believe they like watching the big single seaters come up.
Wow.
I got Steve Darley here with me. Is that right, Steve?
Yeah, it's quite a good experience to watch the guys come up and be in part of the paddock and see all the enthusiasm that each driver has for every other driver and see what times they achieve. It's quite a good camaraderie that goes on, and people don't realise that, and when you're isolated from it, you've no idea that that's going on.
No, it is. I know it's a competitive sport and everybody's trying to beat everybody, but they do cheer each other on when they get a good time up there, don't they?
Absolutely, yeah, and that's everyone drives everyone on, and that's what's great about this sport. It is you and your car versus the clock, but everybody else knows what the next person's PB is, and if they've done a better run and so forth, and they applaud them for it, and that's great. You don't get that in a lot of sports.
You don't, do you? So I've got this theory, all right? This is my plan. So what you do, you go up and you put in a time fast enough to qualify, but so you're the slowest qualifier, and then you go up on your tin top run and you blitz it. But you're up there first, so you get to see everybody, don't you?
Yeah, it's a good one. That's a good idea. Is that you get to see all the other cars come up. I'm not sure I'd gamble on. I can't sandbag. I have to just go as fast as I can.
Yeah, we noticed that. But the Red Baron looking good. Yes. Yeah. Many issues with it. I mean, you used it both you and the pair of you and Damien used it last year, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. We dual drove it because the Legacy was over at Pikes Peak and what have you. We've had a bit of a glitchy season so far with a couple of drive shaft issues, which has been frustrating. And then fingers crossed, we think we've cured those. But then at Harewood we had a wideband issue that didn't come to light in practice, came to light in the first timed run for qualifying for the runoffs. So it meant I didn't qualify. So a bit frustrating.
I can hear that in your voice. But yeah, but all cured, ready for this weekend?
Fingers crossed, yeah.
Well, let's hope so. I mean, where was your runs this morning?
Yeah, good. It's such a technical hill, and it's only my fourth time here, so still learning it. I think I'm normally pretty quick at learning tracks, but this one takes a bit more expertise, I think. Yeah, we're on target.
Ah. So, message from the Clark's Caravan there, so there'd be a little bit more of a delay. So, we'll carry on talking about the Red Baron then in that case. Now, I know that the Legacy was a £500 car.
This one originally cost me 900 quid, but it was a bare shell. There was nothing on it. I think there was the doors, and that was it. There was no wheels, no subframes, no nothing. It was just a bare shell. If I'd kept that bare shell, it'd be worth quite a bit of money now. But yeah, we won't say what's gone into it over the 14 years it took to build it.
So was that a ProDrive 22B shell?
No, it was a Type R, so the two doors were available in Japan, and then because they became popular as imports, they brought them into the UK and made the P1, and then they did the special edition with the 22B. But it's a similar base shell that makes up the 22B.
Yeah, I had a friend many years ago who had a 22B with 22B on the number plate.
Wow, great. Damien used to have a 22B. He regrets selling it now.
Yeah, but we all do that. We all have cars that we regret selling. What was yours? What have you owned all those years ago in all your motoring history that you look back on and think, why did I get rid of that?
One of the best cars that I still kind of want to go back and buy and just tweak a little bit was a 106 GTI. I was one of the first in the UK to have one brand new. What a pocket rocket that was. As a young kid, that was pretty immense. But yeah, so something like that. But I've had Subarus for 30 odd years now, so
getting used to them now, then.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. Anyway, I can't see anybody around the Legacy, so I might have a wander over and have a chat with Steve. Steve's over there with the SBR Chrono. Simon. Yeah, I get it wrong. I had to get and put my name on my jumper so I knew who I am, yeah. But they put it on upside down for me. I can't read it. Do you know, I appeared here with a bag of Haribos and there's only 4 left, Jeff.
Thank you. Cheers, Dave.
It's all right. Right, let's go and have a chat with Simon over here. Because the tin top challenge is as exciting as the single seaters as well, isn't it? So entertainment at the end of the day is going to be quite immense. So, oh yeah, oh yes. How are we doing? We're doing all right. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Yeah, it's a good day so far.
So what's your your run's been like this morning? I mean, the first time here you struggled with the hairpins. I think you've got them now, though, haven't you?
Yeah, so the first year it was very tight and we were struggling to get round. Since then we've modified the front end plates, just taken a couple of inches off. A little bit braver, you can get in and turn it on the nose and accelerate round. Yeah, it's still challenging but doable.
I just had a message from the Clark. It says that the car number 48 that they're recovering has got broken drive shaft, so just so everybody knows. But it happens, doesn't it? Didn't you have a drive shaft issue?
We did indeed. So for our run at Doon, I think we got into the second practice and broke a drive shaft. It was the original one in, I think it's the 10th season. So it hasn't done bad, but it meant no points. So we need to do every round basically now to try and have a chance of winning the tin tops.
You do. So you're going to go up now as the last but one batch, the last batch being the actual single seaters, but you're all going to be grouped together. We're going to leave you up there so you can watch them come up because, as I said just now, you seem to enjoy that. Underneath all of this, I mean, I know it looks a little bit R8-ish, but it has grown the last couple of years again, hasn't it? It's sort of, has it sprouted bigger wings or?
No, it's pretty much as it was. I think we modified the front end quite a few years ago. Apart from that, it's pretty much as it's been. So it's same as it's been. It's about 750 horsepower rear-wheel drive. Quite a big car for here, but we can get around. So fingers crossed.
Do you do any sprints anymore? Because you used to sprint it, didn't you?
Yeah, we still like sprints. We did Anglesey early on in the season. Possibly do another one towards the end, and we might go back there and do a season before long, possibly see how we get on.
Oh no, we want to keep you on the hills because it's spectacular to watch. I mean, like I say, it's the size of it, the noise of it. It's a brute, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's a very torquey engine, so it's quite forgiving for the hills because it does I think it doesn't look as quick as it actually is. It just kind of piles the speed on, even though it's relatively low revving and quiet, I guess.
So what did the actual engine start out from?
It's a road car, an Audi RS6, the old school 4.2 twin turbo, and that's it basically. Yeah, so it's fairly standard. Just put some rods in. It's a standard engine apart from that. Bigger turbos, injectors, and yeah, that's it.
So not a huge amount of tweaking really to get it to where you are now.
Not in the engine. No, just to go faster bits really.
In the suspension and all the actual chassis build is. That's your own design, is it?
Yeah, I mean it's John, my main man over here. He built the car. I'm not sure if people know, but we are on with a new car as well, so that should be quicker. That's the plan. It's going to be considerably lighter, potentially more powerful and more aero. So fingers crossed when that comes out.
Is that going to be a similar size?
The corners will be in a similar position. It'll be more aerodynamic, more like an LMP car. So it'll be more efficient, so less draggy with more aero.
And you still be able to tin top?
It'll be closed cockpit, but it won't qualify for the tin tops. No.
Oh, that's a shame, isn't it?
It is, but yeah, it's plenty of challenges out there, I think. So yeah.
So I was talking to Roger Moran earlier, and I sort of said his Fiesta was like 400 brake, but he said he knows he can dial it in to get it up to 800, which out of a Fiesta's, like unbelievable. But can you adjust the amount of power you're putting out of this? Do you, for different circuits, sort of say, right, okay, well, we don't need so much for this, or if it's a wet day, you drop it down a little bit?
We can, yeah. I mean, it's turbo, so we have boost levels. So I think every click or every point of a bar is, I don't know, 50 horsepower. But to be fair, I just leave it the same. We run what we run. I think we're getting towards the limit of some of the driveline components. We could run less, but what's the fun in that?
Exactly, what's the fun in that? Anyway, great weekend. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. We might catch up with you again tomorrow if you don't run fast enough.
No problem.
Cheers, Simon. So I'm not sure how we're getting on, Jeff. I take it they must be sort of coming back down with
we've sorted all that. It's just taken a little bit of time to get everybody kitted up, helmets back on and ready. But yep, we're about to go live again.
That's good.
And proceed through. We had, obviously, as you were saying, drive shaft problem with Eric Morey, so we've got a little rerun for Paul Talbot in a little while. He's just getting into his car. So
the man I haven't spoke to you today, but I always like to have a little chat with is Einan Price, and Einan today is in a Audi TT.
Yeah.
Which I saw him in a few years ago. Press car. It sounds like we're off the line now.
We are
I'll
indeed.
go and see if I can find Einan.
You go off and see Einan, and we'll look at Mike Green with his Peugeot 206 GTI 180, looking to see if he can improve on his practice best of 50.66. He stepped it off the line in 3.22 seconds, and now he's clear of the S's in 24.76. And then we should be seeing the rerun for Paul Talbot with the the BL Mini rather. And he's just moved back to the start of the tyre warming area in advance of the start, so he can spin up the front tyres, wheels and tyres, get some heat into the rubber, and that will hopefully get him round the first left-hander after the start at West Corner, because piling into that tight left-hander with cold tyres sometimes can mean you have contact with the bank on the outside. So a bit of heat and a bit of grip always goes down quite well. Mike Green at the top then in Class C2 with the Peugeot number 51. It's a 50.35, so he's found some pace over his practice time. 50.35 in his time and 50.66 in practice. Rob Toon with the Morgan +8, easing away off the line using the torque of the 3-litre V8 to edge him off the line in 2.63 seconds as he's now powering up towards and through the gate. Seamless transition from the open parkland through to the treed area of the S's and up to Saw Bench. the right-hand hairpin, negotiates that without drama. Meanwhile, we have Paul Talbot with the rerun at the top of the hill, car number 49 in a time of 42.76. So that gives him the lead at the moment in Class C1. Paul Talbot 42.76, Andrew Russell 47.95, as Paul Howells takes his 911 RSR 3.8 litre machine around his corner and across the parkland now up to the gate in the modified series production class for 2 litre cars. Time for Rob Toon 53, the Morgan man, a 45.13. So that's a useful time for Rob, as Porsche 911 Carrera is off the line in the hands of Jonathan Williamson. Nigel Elliott, car 54, that's the mighty V8 Triumph TR7 V8, 4.6 litres of turbocharged V8, and that's got him to the top in 48.56, which slots him into second place ahead of his wife Laura, who's co-driving the 911 Carrera with Jonathan Williamson. Around West Corner now and across the parkland, 779. Andrew Norris, double driven car from Sports Libra Cars, Class F. Andrew at the wheel of this Radical SR1, 1340 cc's. We go back, how's Paul Howells failed with the RSR? It's a 42.97, 42.97 for car 55. And then 56, the Carrera Porsche 911 in the hands of Jonathan Williamson, just usurps the lead with a 42.81. So the Carrera of Williamson leading the way in a Class C3 on 42.81 from the 3.8 litre RSR on 42.97, and the Morgan of Rob Toon in third place with a time of 45.13. 779 then, that was Andrew Norris, double driver from Class F, taking an early run there. It was a 44.58. And the last to run in that batch, another double driver from the same class, Robin Nicholson with the Malak Mark 20. Robin posting a time of 44.05, 44.05 in kart 780. So whilst we return those cars from the top paddock, we'll have time for the recovery vehicle to deliver the Maury Hillman Impact to its paddock position, and hopefully the broken drive shaft won't have done any other damage. So if Eric's got a spare drive shaft, which I guess is pretty likely, we hope the car will be fettled and running again for tomorrow's meeting. So we'll just go back and recap the class situation at the moment. Whilst those cars are returning from the top of the hill, and Class A1 in today's programme is all about road going series production cars up to 2 litres, and we're looking at John Langmead doing the business there on 43.49, ahead of Julian Rinaldi with the Rapid Ford Fiesta, who clocked 45.9, and Zoe Sherman in third place on 48.82. In Class A2, let's just check out the top 1, 2, 3, and Tony Adams doing the business there with the Cayman. 44.86 puts him at the top of the league, of the class, ahead of Richard Snow on his GT4 RS, who's 45 seconds dead. Third, James Hudson with the Subaru, hustling the Subaru, which was originally down to drive in Class A3, but now has a podium position in Class A2.
Jeff.
Hello, David.
I am with, I'm going to say, a legendary Hillclimb family member. Do you remember when we used to come here in the 80s? And there was these yellow cars, generally had a red and a black stripe up on my seem to remember in the old days, with Dyson written on them.
Oh yes.
Yeah, James, your brother. Yeah, and I'm here now with Tim. Tim, you've brought along, or you're driving, you're having the opportunity to drive this lovely car. It's the Hepworth 4-wheel drive V8. Tell us a bit about it. I mean, it's got masses of history, I believe.
Yeah, well, we've been very fortunate to be loaned the car by the Hepworth brothers. We were going to buy a sports car over the winter, but they said, well, why not drive this? Because we want to see it on the hills. It's done some demonstration runs, but see it competing at every event would be really nice, so that's what we did. Changed a few things over the winter, unfortunately had to put silencers on it, upgraded the tyres, which were 8 years old. But yeah, the history of the car was 1967, David Hepworth decided to build a 4-wheel drive car to compete in the championship, the RAC as it was then. And in 68 he came out and the car won the championship, so it proved itself. 70 he was runner-up, 71 he won it again, and then the car did a few more events. The engine blew up. This original engine was an Oldsmobile, this is a Chevrolet, and then in 74 he took it all to bits, put it in boxes, and it sat in boxes for 40 years.
I've been watching on the internet the sort of like the rebuilding of it and bringing it, well, with rebirth I'm going to call it, bringing it back to life, and it's been quite interesting to watch. Now, apart from the car, when did you last compete here?
I competed here last year, but that was the first time in 35 years, so I gave up in the 90s. I went on to become a clerk of the course, so I stood over the other side of the fence for 30 years. And then I came back to share with Jonathan in the OMS after his son disappeared off to Australia.
But yeah, so I say, a lot of history in your family with hill climbing, isn't there? And a lot of sponsorship that you've done of the championships as well, didn't they?
Yeah, we sponsored, well, Dad sponsored the championship in the, well, he sponsored the BARC championship back in the 70s, and then he sponsored the RAC championship as it was, the BHC as it is now, in the 80s and the 90s, and he sponsored many people's cars. Dad also won the BARC championship in 71 in a Forenza, so yeah, he's been around, or was around for a long time till he passed away in the 90s, and we've been continuing it, so we're very fortunate that my nephews now run the business and they continue to support the Hepworths in their plight to put the car back together and get it running.
And lovely it is too. So it's got Ferguson 4-wheel drive system on it. Are you able to get parts for that and that sort of thing, or is that again you have to recreate the part?
I think we do. We do laugh in the family because my auntie at one point had a Jensen FF, and we said we'd take it to bits if we needed the parts for it. But no, we've been very fortunate that the gearbox is like dynamite. It will withstand a lot of torque, a lot of power. There's about 400 in this engine. It's not quite what it should be, but yeah, the front wheel drive system or 4-wheel drive system is fairly simple. The front hubs are Triumph 1500. The drive shafts are Ford Escort with a couple of extra splines on them. The rear shafts are quite common to all the big Can-Am type cars. So yeah, we're very fortunate that most of it is, if you know how to bend metal and weld metal, you can find the bits and pieces for it.
It's a bit like when Colin Chapman used to build cars. You look in everybody else's parts bin till you find the bit you want, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we're very fortunate. The Hepworth's garage is like a Lardine's cave. It's a bit like Steve Owen's garage, if you've ever been there. There are parts on the shelves that have sat there forever. So when we unfortunately knocked the front wheel off at Prescott, they had a hub sat on the shelf already. It's been there for 40 years. So that was one thing that we were going to be worried about, but we're very fortunate with that. So yeah, and there's some great people that I've met in the last 6 months in the Midlands particularly, who are specialists in all this type of stuff, and they're hidden away in little places in Wolverhampton and north of in the Black Country basically, but they're well known to everybody in this hill climb scene, so we're very fortunate to have it back together.
Lovely. Well, thank you for bringing it down. Would you like a few words as well? No? No? That's strange, that, isn't it? Yeah, it's always, there's a spokesperson.
I'm always happy to talk.
Yeah.
He says I won't show up when I get Mike in front of me, so that's
yeah, but lovely looking car, and the sound of it is gorgeous. It just brings back memories of all those years ago. I mean, as I said to Jeff earlier, like Dave Harris and Roy Lane in the McRae's and things like that. I think, I'm trying to think now, the Pilbeam that Rod Thorne's got, the 43?
That was originally built for me.
That was one of your family cars, and then that went on to Martin Bozover, didn't it? So the history is like it's all over the paddock, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed. We're just on the exhaust thing. We were very fortunate on Sunday last week at Shelsley at the nostalgia meeting to take off the silencers, and we were running it obviously very loud, but it was 107 decibels on tick over. So we're well over the limit there, but we were very fortunate to be able to run it. And Andy ran his problem as well without it. And it should be more like that. I mean, there's a lot of noise anyway, but we have rules to obey. So
yeah,
when we get the chance, we'll do it.
Yeah, it would do. I'd imagine Becky got quite excited to hear that going up there.
Well, unfortunately, she wasn't there, but she might be there in August, so she'll get to hear it all.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much. And enjoy the rest of your weekend, and hopefully a nice trouble-free weekend with it. Fingers crossed. Good to see you. So that's the Dyson Sound Blaster special. So I think we're lining up, aren't we, Jeff?
We're getting close, I think. Yeah. Of course, Woolbridge are running this weekend. Also used to run here a round of that Dyson BARC Championship. It was how Woolbridge stepped up the order to get to the national championships where we are today. So. All a part of the evolution. So we've got the Lotus Exige first out, of course, because don't forget we've had a red flag, so Zoe Sherman had a rerun. So now we've got an opportunity to get her co-driver Michael Thompson to get his first run in. So he's running out of order, so to speak, but that should then complete all the times for this run for those in Class A1 road going series production cars up to 2 litres. Michael looking for an improvement on his 44.07. Jonathan Langmead, which was his best in practice. Jonathan Langmead leading the class at the moment, 43.49. So takes it away off the line in a business like 2.59 seconds as he goes up through the gears across the parkland and over Bunny's Leap. Lets it settle, gets on the brakes to the right hander at the gate, and then the exemplary handling of the Exige gets him through the S's very nicely in 20.81 seconds. He's now up to Saw Bench. Neatly and tidily there, keeping a little distance from the apex and a little distance from the bank, as you might understand. And then reach the braking for Martini and around, and it's a 44.23, 44.23 for Michael Thompson. So that's going to put him into second place, I suggest, behind Jonathan Langmead. And now we're talking four-wheel drive machines, and away off the line we have the Impreza in the hands of Ian Milford, 2.35 litre machine. Ian from Western Supermare, involved in secondary education, has raced 1/8 scale on-road radio cars as a lad up to European level, and now we mentioned Einan Price has had his successes in road rally and hill climbing, and now from single seaters and four-wheel drive tin tops back to the Audi TT Quattro in the modified series production class. Jeff Chalk Car number 59 in the top paddock, sub 50 seconds on 49.24, not quite on his best practice pace of 48.11. Richard Hampstead now with his 2 litre Impreza. Ian Milford, car number 60, over the finish line at the top of the hill in 44.88. 44.88 for Ian Milford, so he's at the head of the class, but not for long, because Einan Price takes the top spot on 42.69 at the wheel of the Audi TT. And now, just a little while ago, we heard from Stephen Darley. Now the Subaru Impreza Type RB is rocketing across the parkland. That's car number 63, launched in 2.35 seconds. Let's see how he does out of the S's, and it's sub 20, 19.67, as Stephen Moore pops and bangs the 2.3 litre turbocharged Mitsubishi Evo 6 off the start line. 62, Richard Hampstead with his Impreza in the top paddock on 44.61. So all eyes on Stephen Darley, and it's a 41.15. 41.15 for Stephen Darley. Of course, it's dead keen to get into that Tin Top Challenge runoff a little later as we move the action to modified specialist production cars. Peter Eade, the first to run there with his 2 litre Dunnell engined Westfield SE. Peter from Soar Marlborough, and a semi-retired marine engineer, dive boat skipper. First drove in motorsport here at Wiscombe back in 1995. He said it was instant addiction, and since then he's had a season with a Pilbeam MP62, a single-seater. Then he went to a DJ Firecat sports car, an MP82 Pilbeam, and then back to this Westfield that was campaigned by Peter and his brother Robert some time ago. Time for Stephen Moore then, 64. It's a 42.96. 42.96 for Stephen Moore. So Stephen Darley, the fastest in the class at the moment on 41.15. And Einan Price second with the Audi TT, 42.69, ahead of Stephen Moore. So it's off towards Bunny's Leap now for Wayne Penrose with the 1303L Superbug. He was telling us all of the details with Dave earlier on. Pick up Peter Eade's time car 66, that's a 43.11, and he's battling against Paul Reynolds with the Caterham 7, and Paul, previous Wiscombe champion here, has posted a 38.78 to take lead in the class there. 38.78 for 67. So let's see how Wayne is going. Car number 70 over the finish line in 42.54. So he shaved about 4/10 of a second, almost 4/10 of a second, off of his practice best. George Harding with the Escort, 71 off the line in 2.82 seconds. Waiting for the all clear on the start line, Roger Moran with this 2.3 turbo Ford Fiesta, another candidate for the Tin Top Challenge runoffs. And the motorhome magnet from Ludlow off the line in 2.27. And that's the sort of time that will rival the single-seaters later on, no doubt. But business-like departure from the start there. George Harding with the Escort in the top paddock on 44 dead. So Wayne Penrose still leading the way as that Subaru Legacy in the hands of Damien Bradley is way off the line. Damien did Pikes Peak west of Colorado Springs back in 2025, a 12.42 mile long course with 156 bends and corners. Finished third there. First winner of the Tin Top Challenge back in 2023. So we'll be looking to most certainly qualify for today's Tin Top runoffs. Roger Moran's time, car number 72, 40.98, 40.98. So that slots Moran into a short-lived lead because his time, 40.98, gets trumped by Damien Bradley with the Legacy, car number 73, on 38.76. So Bradley, 38.76 in Class E. So I would have thought that's going to do his chances a power of good for the qualification for the runoffs. Time at the top for David Bickley from Class F, Sports Libra cars up to 2 litres. 76 is a 43.68, so that puts him ahead of Robin Nicholson and Andrew Norris, who were the co-drivers who got taken an early lead. Mike Lee then with the Force LM03, the assessor from Saltash, who was took his single-seater Lynn car to the Leaders' Championship, the Leaders' Championship being the forerunner of the British Hillclimb Cup. So 77, Mike Lee, sub 40 seconds for the first time today, 39.88, puts him into the lead in Class F. Alan MacDonald on the hill at the moment, out of the S's in 19.80. Alan from Dalbeattie in Scotland has a history of motorcycle racing in the Isle of Man on 13 occasions, but car 78, the Force SR4 at the top paddock in 42.18. So that puts him into second place. Lee leads, MacDonald leads Bickley. And on the start line now as we move into Class G, Sports Libra cars over 2 litres, Rod Thorne, who had the practice form over Simon Bainbridge. Pilbeam MP43 of Thorne away off the line. And as we were discussing earlier on with Tim Thompson, that was a car that he ran a few years ago. 79, a time of 47.35. That's John McQuillan with his Radical. Thorne then powering through the S's in 19.08, using the massive torque from the Rover V8, and he puts the power on nice and promptly out of sore bench, catches the slide, now hammering it along Castle Straight, late on the brakes, and half spins it at Martini, but catches it and is over the line. 82 Rod Thorne in 40.23. Samuel Nicholson's time 42.18, back in Class F, number 78, 42.18. Simon Bainbridge's time, number 83, has not delivered a time because he's stationary at Martini. The flags are now out from lower down the hill to arrest Jensen Kerr with his OMS 3000. So the marshal's just putting the broom in behind the wheels of the Kronos and help it from not running back down the hill. And yep, Simon collects the curb on the inside at Martini, and that pushes him across the road towards the bank on the outside, but I think he just jumped on the brakes and stopped it making contact with the bank. Certainly stopped it making sizable contact, and I think he might well have got away with that, but that has scuppered his chances for qualification for today's Tin Top Top 10 Challenge runoff. Simon at the moment in 4th place on 20 points. Damien Bradley leading the way after 4 rounds. the latest at Harewood at the beginning of the month. Damien on 29 points, tying in first place with the Ford Fiesta of Roger Moran. Then in second place, Stuart Reid with his Peugeot 205, and he's amassed 28 points. Simon with the SBR Chrono in fourth on 20 points from 2 victories at Harewood. Didn't compete at Doon, so all his total scores come from those 2 rounds at Harewood in North Yorkshire. And so Marshall's just about to release Jensen Kerr. Yeah, he's making his way up to the top of the hill. A rerun coming his way in time when he's been brought back to the bottom and the car's been fettled, and then there'll be the situation of getting Archie into the car and get his qualifying run done as well. So Jensen just easing the OMS around Martini, and he's now safely into the collecting paddock at the top of the hill. And we should see the red flags cascade, be withdrawn, and that message will cascade down the hill. And when it gets back to the start line, backed up by radio communication as well, but then we'll be doubly sure that all is good to go. Flag comes in at Wist Corner, and the whistles are blown to attract the attention of the marshals on the start line, and they ready themselves to dispatch the next man away off the line, and that's going to be Richard Weaver. His Empire Evo 3. Car steps it away in 2.60. Quickly up through the gears, and we've now got the drone all working, and frequencies, etc. So we'll have that perspective on the stream. And we'll shot the cars going across the parkland. So it's now Richard Weaver around Martini and off towards, around Sawbench and off the way towards Martini, as 789 Ben Harmon launches the OMS 28 off the line in 2.46 seconds. Time for 788 Richard Weaver, and it's a 39.69. As we move to Formula Fords, we're looking at 794. Kirsten Ryder sharing the Van Diemen RF86 with Caroline Ryder. Kirsten's best in practice 48.34 from these pre-1994 Formula Ford cars. Look for time for Ben Hamer, and it's a 46.12, 46.12 for 789. As Kirsten Ryder rounds Sawbench and heads off up towards Martini.
Clouds at the bank at Sawbench. There will be a slight pause for some sweeping.
So no time recorded for 794 Kirsten Ryder. So that will be a rerun in due course. Car waiting on the start line from Class J2. Liam Cooper with the Force TA 1600, 37.95 from his second practice run this morning. Just waiting for the all clear before he can take this single official run of the day. 2 practice runs for the national competitors and then the single time run. And for those who are registered for the British Championships, that's their single opportunity to qualify for the top 12 run-offs. As long as they're registered, of course. Everybody has to be registered for their various championships. Marshall's just doing a little bit of work up at Saw Bench, making sure that equal opportunities for all competitors, no debris or whatever on the track surface. Green light on. Oh no, green light turns to red, so everybody got a bit excited there, and Liam was thinking, right, let's get this in gear. But now we're back to green, so the Exeter driver composes himself, puts it in gear, gets the revs up, brings the engine and away at 2.37 seconds, and then hustles the Force TA over Bunny's Leap and through the gates. The 1600 engine working hard up through the S's, and the time split there is 18.03 as he's smooth in his braking and picks out the apex, late apex at Sawbench, stays away from the bank on the outside. As away across the parkland goes Alan Warburton with another 1600 car, but this is the Gould GR59. Alan's second practice run of 40.27. So Liam Cooper 7:01 over the finish line in 37.97. 37.97 for Liam Cooper. Away off the line in 2.68 seconds goes 710 from Class K1, Andrew Corborn with the Van Diemen RF02 FX. 2-litre car, so we're now talking about engine 1600 to 2 litres, normally aspirated, and then in Class K2 we'll get to the same capacities but with forced induction. So Alan Warburton's time 7:02 is a 39.36 is his best of the day. 39.36 for car number 702. 710 Andrew Corwin over the S's in 21.34 with the Van Diemen. And at the top of the hill, there was a 46.28, 46.28 for 710 at the end of the batch. So those cars to be returned back down the hill. As we move through the single-seaters, and as Dave was saying earlier on, we'll go through all the single-seater classes. Then we'll go to Class W for the Downton Motor Clubs, and then we'll deal with the 2 top run-offs, the top 12 and the top 10 for Tin Tops and the British Hillclimb Championship. And at the moment, the fastest, unofficially of course, the fastest of those qualifiers is Liam Cooper on 37.97, ahead of Damien Bradley. 38.96. Alan Warburton, the third fastest qualifier so far on 39.36, but there's some hard charges yet to run. and that will certainly affect the qualifying order for those prestigious runoffs, which will be the climax of today's sport. And is there somebody out in the ether of the paddock? No. I thought we might be going to...
Sorry, Jeff.
We are. You are.
No, this is going to sound quite normal and not normal. I'm discussing donuts in the paddock, but not the edible ones. Yeah. So the poor little limp's got a broken drive shaft, and we thought it might have been a donut. And I have to go home tonight, and I know I've got a Elan donut at home, but apparently that's not the bit he wants. Otherwise, I would have brought it back with me tomorrow. He actually needs a universal joint. If anybody had a universal joint, could you get yourself running? Is it just the usual size? Land Rover, Freelander, one prop shaft joint, basically. So if anybody's got one of those, bring it back here tomorrow. Let's see if we can't get Eric running again, because that lovely little imp we had a lovely chat last year about the imp, and it was great to see it. Yeah, it's nice to bring the bits back, so it's rubbing it in a bit, isn't it? So, you know. So there we are. There we go, Laura. Yeah, it's no longer Laura Keane. No. Or Laura Wardle. You keep moving on. I don't keep up with all these names, you know. Eh?
I thought I'd marry a TR7 V8 twin turbo thing.
You married the car, not the man.
Well, the man came with it.
Really? Which is the cheapest to run, I'd say?
Oh, probably the car. As long as he doesn't damage it. So.
Which I'm rather good at.
So, we were just talking about the classic nostalgia meeting at Shelsley last weekend, and apparently you came away with a magnificent trophy, I'm told.
Oh, I did. It was just beautiful. It's a trophy that was in memory of Joy Rainey, who people will probably remember her exploits with pill beams and her father's old Alfa Romeo cars, very, very well known on the hill climb world. And to be presented that as the lady with the fastest time was it was lovely, and also to have it presented to me by Richard Atwood, who's another dear friend. So the two things together. And I came third in class out of 27, so that's not bad either.
So anybody who remembers Joy or who ever met Joy, I can go back to the days when she was in Mallock, which was before the pill beam and then Father's Alpha. And then I remember seeing her on the, I don't know if it's in London or Brighton, but she had an Oldsmobile curved dash which she went right the way across America with, didn't she?
She did, and I remember hearing about that and reading an article that she wrote about doing it, because she did do a lot of writing as well as her driving and a bit of car preparation as well. Yeah.
That's quite an adventure though, to go all the way across America on sort of like basically a 3.5 horsepower. I think they really it's like an old American buttboard type sort of horseless carriage, isn't it?
But that's the thing about Joy, and the Rainey family in general. I mean, they were game for anything. They would try anything, and do their utmost best with it. And it was great.
So now you're out today in the Porsche again, as per normal. How many years have you been sharing that car with Jonathan now?
Well, Jonathan bought that car in 1985, and we've been sharing it ever since. And we shared a Targa for 2 years before that. So I've been sharing with Jonathan since 1983, and in that car since 1985.
See, there must be not many partnerships, a car, that have lasted that long. And it's just wonderful that, the pair of you have sort of like been campaigning. And you're not that much sort of like difference on times either, are you? You're both competitive.
He's very quick, very much quicker than I am. But no, I think it's succeeded because we're not married. We're just.
Have you heard about this problem? Yeah. So now you're married. This. Yeah.
But I'm in trouble today because it's my first time here, and I've just gone slightly faster than her in the last run. But she's run much better PBs here, so I think she'll probably get me tomorrow. But I'm learning the hill fast at the moment.
I didn't realise it's your first time here actually in the TR. I know I've seen pictures of it on other hills, but so is it actually your first ever visit to Wiscombe, or just as a competitor?
I've been to watch Laura before and Jonathan, but a couple of times I think. But this is the first time actually driving it. So yeah, it's a rapid learning.
It is a rapid hill as well, isn't it?
Yeah, enjoying it. It's huge fun, and the TR is of course it's got too much power, so it's a bit of a monster to try and manage up here. But it's good fun trying to do it.
Yeah, at least it's dry. I mean, you'd be a bit harder in the wet, wouldn't it? But yeah, well, pleased to see you as a married couple. And I look forward to the 25th wedding anniversary. Will I be invited?
I think we'd struggle with that one.
Yeah, I like yourself. I had a similar thing earlier this year myself. And in my speech, I said, "You're all invited to my silver wedding in 25 years' time if you can remember who you are."
Very much the case, Dave. Yes, very much.
Congratulations to the pair of you. Lovely to see you. And look, holding hands. Look, isn't that lovely? So, you were going to kiss her then, weren't you? Oh, look at that. So that's all gone out on live stream now. What lovely to see, sort of love blossoming in a paddock. So anyway, Jeff, I think it ought to come back to you before I do something
because we got some important news, and that's the qualifiers for the AET Turbos Tin Top Challenge runoff, and they are Rod Isles, 43.87 was his qualifying time with the Porsche Turbo. Paul Howells with his 3.8 RSR qualifies on 42.97. Stephen Moore with the Evo 6 Mitsubishi, just 1/100th of a second faster. He's in, as is Jonathan Williamson, who's sharing the Porsche with Laura there. Jonathan recorded a 52.8. Talbot with the 1275 GT Mini, 42.76. He's going to be in the runoff. Einan Price, unsurprisingly, with the Rapid Audi, 42.69. Wayne Penrose has got the Superbug in with a time of 42.54. Then three cars that you probably would have put good money on, or perhaps if you're a betting person you wouldn't have put that much money on because the odds would have been a bit short. Stephen Darley clocked 41.15. Roger Moran with the Fiesta 2.3, 40.98, and Damien Bradley, the Legacy, the fastest qualifier, on 38.76. So those will be the drivers contesting the AET Turbos British Hillclimb Championship Tin Top Challenge towards the end of the meeting before we go to the British Hillclimb Championship runoff. So it's one of our first stops for excitement a little bit later once we've got the qualifying done and dusted. And in that we're looking at car number 84, Stuart Bickley from Class I, racing car 600 to 1100cc. Stuart with this 1070cc Force TA. Let's see how Stuart's doing. Stepped it off the line, 2.34 seconds, cleared the S's in 17.62 as he's followed up the hill by local man, from Columpton, Ed Hollier, reigning Tillicoultry Quarries Wiscombe champion and ASWMC Hillclimb champion with his 1050cc Force HC. Now Hollier is out of the S's in 17.21, with the next car out on the hill, Ben Bomfield, that distinctive engine note in the Megapin, the Yamaha engine. Let's see, at the top, 84, Stuart Bickley clocks a 37.21. And let's see how Ed Hollier's done. He's there, and he's on a 35.68. So that's, although track conditions are getting warmer, the tarmac might be helping the drivers a little bit. The single seaters, the big tops, Hillclimb Championship type single seaters were in the 33s and 34s. So Ed Hollier hustling the diminutive Force to good effect there. 35.68. Ben Bomfield, car number 86, gets it to the top in 38.89. As it's a Formula Ford going across the parkland at the moment. Stuart Lugger with his Swift in Class J1. 91 at the top. That's Andrew Mathis with the RF89 model Van Diemen, car number 91, a time of 45.21. 93, Sam Wilson with the Jamin M90. Stuart Lugger completes his climb with the Swift, car number 92, fastest in the class at the moment, 44.38. 93 now at the top. Sam Wilson then in a time of 43.06 as striking out across the parkland. It goes 7.87. Jensen Kurt on his rerun with the OMS 3000M. 2.5 seconds now. He's sub 20 seconds at the S's, 19.57. And lays the power down as he accelerates away from Saw Bench. And with that, next man out on the hill is number 96. Andrew Forsyth with the OMS from the 1100 to 1600 racing car class. Andrew a 36.64 in practice. Down to the S's in 17.50. As around Wisk Corner goes Darren Gumley with the Force TA. 1600 cc's against the 1400 of Forsyth, 1400 cc's of Suzuki power, and that's propelled him to the top in an improved time, 36.39, 36.39 for Andrew Forsyth with the OMS CF04. Gumley then out of the S's in 17.65. Around Martini and over the line in 36.61, 36.61 for number 97, Darren Gumley. Mark Schlankler with the Force TA across the parkland, through the gate, and up through the S's in 17.67. So Andrew Forsyth at the moment edging away with 36.39. Darren Gumley slotting into second place, 36.61. Schlanker goes third then, car number 98 on 37.02. Off the line in 2.35 seconds, and goes number 89. So this is Will Hamer, a little bit delayed because of red flag earlier on. Off the line in 2.35 seconds. Tom Weaver, car number 88 with the Empire Evo 3 in Class I, registers a time of 36.75. Off the line in 2.22 seconds goes the rapid Jason Tunnicliffe with his 1 litre turbocharged Empire Evo 3. So we swing back to racing cars 1100 to 1600 cc's class J2. Tunnicliffe is down in the 35s, the low 35s in practice, 35.11 in effect. He's now clear of the S's in 17.18. And storming along Castle Straight, hurls it sideways, lots of opposite lock, lots of sparks from the diffuser as he goes over the line in 35.47. 35.47 for Jason Tunnicliffe, the garage proprietor from Wedmore. On the line then, waiting for the light, David Warburton with the 1600cc Gould. Jason Tunnicliffe now the fastest in the class, demoting Andrew Forsyth into second place, Darren Gumbley third. Time for Olivia Cooper, car 101 in class J2. The Force TA is 36.84, 36.84 for Olivia Cooper, car number 101. The hill looks clear, not quite sure what the hold up is, might be technical. David looking to see if he can improve on that time of 36.07 and get himself into qualifying. Jason Tunnicliffe obviously fastest at the moment for the top 12 run-on. Alan, strange enough, at the bottom on the cusp, so to speak. So David might well be knocking out the old man if he's not careful. But so he's got to be giving it his all, I'm sure, as he was off the line in 2.36 seconds. Clear of the S's in 17.03, so we're now in the low 17s. He slides the back end out and powers away from sore bench as lots of tyre screech from the Rolt RT3 of Simon Ashley away from the start line. Formula Circuit Racing Formula 3 car. Time for 1:02, 35.02, 35.02. So David Warburton's found a second over his practice form as 1:06 prepares to depart the start. In 2.28 seconds, Nigel Pitt with his new mount, the Dallara F399. Class K1 racing car, 1600 to 2 litres, normally aspirated. Simon Ashley car 105, then the RT3 Rolt 37.33 at the top of the hill, 37.33. And now easing away off the line in 2.27 seconds. Another Dallara, this is the F302 of Channel Islander Simon Carey. Cleared the start in 2.27 seconds as we have Nigel Pitt over the finish line with a time of 40.99. 40.99 for Nigel Pitt with the 2 litre Dallara. He's always reliable hard charger and the leader in the British Hillclimb Cup at the moment, GWR Predator, driven by Jonathan Varley from Telford. About 380 brake horsepower, powered by basically an engine with 2 Yamaha R1s merged together, running on a single crankshaft. Finished 12th in the British Hillclimb Cup last season. Finished second actually, sorry, 3 points adrift of winner Jimmy Harris. So Jonathan currently in the number 1 spot in the Hillclimb Cup, so he'll be looking to stay on that, and he's sub 17 seconds at the S's, 16.95 as he gets wings the neck of the end motor and goes over the finish line 35.32. 35.32 for number 108. 107 Simon Carey clocked 40.08. 40.08. And Aaron Colborne stalled on the start line. Presumably stopped the car before the rear wheels went over the line, therefore he gets a restart. Got the green light, brings the revs up with the Van Diemen RFO2 FX 2-litre machine, and departs the start in 2.31 seconds. Fastest in K1 at the moment with that 35.32, ahead of Simon Ashley with the Rolt RT3. Simon Carey in third place. Off the start line. .58 out of the S's, and too much power too soon on the exit of Saul Bench, and that brings about a spin, half spin for Kelvin Broad with the first TA, but able to continue. Gets over the finish line with a 43-second climb in Class K2. So that's undone his claim for a run in the top 12, but a good effort nonetheless. Last car on the hill, 721. That's Tim Thompson with the Geisen Hetworth Sandblast that we were hearing about earlier on. Out of the S's in 20.53. He's clear of Martini and clocks 42.43. 42.43. As we return those cars back down the hill, and then we're going to be moving back into the single-seaters and the main qualifiers for the British Hillclimb Championship Top 12 runoff.
Just looking through the tin tops, Jeff. There's some quite good names in amongst that, isn't there? I think you're having a cup of tea in there on the quiet, aren't you? I know what's going on. Let me see if I can find him. There he is. The two gentlemen, Mr. Moran and Mr. Price. I've had you before. You were like a double act. You were better than Morecambe and Wise, weren't you?
We had two Skodas here, didn't you?
You had two Skodas last time. So, Einan, you're in the Audi today. You've got into the tin top.
Yeah.
Is it still the AET Turbos Tin Top Challenge?
Yes, this is.
Can you say it?
AET Tin Top Turbo. AET Turbos Tin Top Challenge.
Yeah.
Bit of a mouthful.
Bit of a mouthful, isn't it? But well done, guys. Both in there. So in the Audi. Now we were having a little chat about the Audi. Last time you two were here together and we had a chat. As you say, you're both in like basically R5 Skodas. A little bit different this time. You're running the potential to have 800 brake horsepower, aren't you, Roger?
Something like that. Yeah. Too much for me.
Too much for you. Yeah. And what are you running today? About 600? Or is it a secret?
No, I think it was about 700 then. I was on click number 2 anyway.
Click number 2. How many clicks were you on in the Audi?
Oh, as much as I could find.
No, I know we've seen you here obviously in like X-Works rally cars, we've seen you here in single-seaters, you're here in the Audi TT, which I know was an eBay purchase a couple of years ago. And you were saying, like, what great value it is to be able to go hill climbing with something like that.
Well, that's what I've seen, about a shock really, you know, the performance, you know, we shouldn't be doing this sort of times really, considering it's standard gearbox, and I know it's got a fair bit of power in it, it's got about 440. Obviously I played around with the handling of it handles quite well, just that it's a bit slow changing gear, so that's frustrating, you know. If I could only find a sequential for it, I would think it'd be quite wicked, you know.
Welded
the Haldex.
Oh yeah.
There's a Haldex diff on the back, and it was playing up because it gives it either 20%, 30% power. Well, I don't want that. I want that maximum. So I took the diff out, and I took all the clutches out, and I put the plate back in and welded it up. So it's permanent four-wheel drive, 50-50. So it's better.
It's what they used to do with stock cars, wasn't it? They'd just take the diff out and fill them up with weld, so they didn't actually act as a diff, and they gave them full power of both wheels.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but I thought I better not.
But as we were saying, you know, like if you damage a bonnet or you damage a door or a wing or a headlight, it's all readily available at reasonable cost, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I noticed that there's plenty on, you know, the web or whatever. Like a bonnet, you can get for £20, the same colour. You can get a gearbox for £100. You can get a back diff for about £50. It's just the parts are there, you know, because there were so many of those cars, you know, and they're so strong, the German car, you know, well built, you know, cars.
So have we sold you one yet?
Not yet, but you never know. It was a bargain what he paid for it. It was an £8,000 car.
It is tempting, isn't it? And you sort of like you think to yourself, it's quite a good, you know, if you just want it for a bit of fun and do some events, it's one thing. But I mean, I know he's a driver and a half anyway from his old road rallying days, you know. Ex-Rossman's Shell, wasn't it, your car?
I had the ex-Harry Batten and one of the Safari Shells. Drove that back in the 80s when I was doing the Motor News rallying, and did quite well in it, you know. So yeah, I enjoyed those times.
You two were both doing Motor News at the same time, weren't you?
No, Einan came after me. He's a lot younger than me, you see.
Did you coach him?
No. Oh God, no.
I was out with an Alpha Sud when Roger was doing the Motor News. I was in the, you know, lower class sort of.
I wasn't even born.
But
I wasn't even born.
Oh, yeah.
But what about, let's move on, your rallying history. It always intrigues me. We always get back to rallying and I talk to you. Was it the Peruda?
Pardon?
Was it the Peruda, or whatever it was called, that little narrow thing that used to fall over? Didn't you have one of those for a while?
Daihatsu Kure, very narrow, 560cc. They would rev to about 11,000, and they were four-wheel drive. They were very competitive. You know, we could get about 100 mile an hour out of them in the forestry, downhill, mind. It was quite good. Yeah, we won the championship the second year. Yeah, it was good experience.
So, going back now to today, you've now got the tin top coming up, and you know, you got any predictions? Who's going to sort of come out on top of that? Or are we going to keep quiet on that one just in case?
Well, on the time so far, Damien's walking it, but we'll see.
Yeah, so there was a wink went on then. I don't know if you saw it.
A spin or half spin or a mistake. It's game over, isn't it? Look at Simon Bainbridge didn't qualify, you know. It's a shame.
And that's, you know, game over in it. You know.
We've got tomorrow, haven't we?
Yes.
There's Sam Walker going past us. His parents, Tim and Jackie, who run the British Hillclimb Championship. Sam has just done a class. He's taken the class away from Sarah Bosworth. He's just done a 43, I think it's 06, something like that, and Sarah was on 43.19. So first time here in a car.
Congratulations, you know, that's very good.
It is, isn't it? I mean, he's been coming here for years with his parents, but to actually just get in the car and do that is quite good.
Yeah.
These youngsters are very impressive, you know, I'm seeing, you know, they're sort of adapting very quickly to these hills, you know.
There's a lot of Formula Fords coming back out now, isn't there?
Yeah, I think it's good grounding, you know, the Formula Ford. Yeah.
Now, you did tell me that there's something else in the pipeline for next year.
Yes, I've ordered a brand new TA with a turbocharged engine, 450 brake, so I can't really wait for that. Have a bit of power again.
So back in the Force TA. Roger, Einan, thank you very much. Have a good run, and I'll chat to you again tomorrow, no doubt, at some point. So, thank you. So, Roger Moran and Einan Price in the Tin Top runoff here, and they will be readying this out shortly, ready for the Tin Top Top 10.
Runoff,
yeah. I was trying to think if I'd left out AET turbos, haven't I? Yeah, the sponsors, the important thing, the sponsors.
You've got it in now. So
got it in now. So anyway, Jeff, I take it we must be almost ready for the next match.
not at the moment.
Also, Damien Bradley has just actually set a new class record as well. So there's a couple of class records gone today, and I will try and catch up with Sam Walker if we get a chance. I don't know if I get a chance much today, but if not today, tomorrow, just to see whether or not he's still elated from it all. It's great to hear everybody standing by this edge of the road clapping him as he came back in. So anyway, back to you, Jeff. We'll have some more cars in a few moments.
Yeah, we're just doing a bit of recovery at the moment, but it's interesting to see these records, and I wonder if that's going to translate across to the single-seaters as we get to the runoffs, the qualifying, and the runoffs themselves.
I knew you would, because you're female, blonde, and you're better looking than me.
So whilst we've got Dave still chatting away in the paddock area, we've got the Geisen Sandblast Special coming back, unfortunately, on the end of a tow rope. Hopefully that can be rectified, whatever the problem is, and we'll see the car, if not later today, then tomorrow. But those records are suggesting that track conditions are good, tyre grip is good, engines are working relatively well, it's not too hot. So we go forward with the rest of the qualifying runs and the runoffs, of course. Let's just see how close everybody can get to the records. Just to remind you, of course, the hill record here, 31.77, and that's held by Matthew Ryder, set a couple of years ago, 2024. But I would imagine, I think we can fully expect those that are really keen and have got the equipment to qualify for the top 12 runoffs are going to step it up on this next climb up the hill to maximise their chances of getting in. It's top 12 runners and then the fastest 10 score championship points. And just to remind you all, of course, that's very tight at the top. After 18 rounds, we've just had 4 in the Channel Islands. Will Hall and Matthew Ryder, both 4-litre Judd-powered GR59 Goulds, leading the way, tied on 158 points. And Wallace Mingies with his 3.3 Cosworth-powered GR59M in third, just 6 points in arrears. Now at Harewood at the beginning of the month, Wallace suffered an engine failure, so a replacement engine was fitted before they travelled to the Channel Islands, 2 rounds at Bouilly Bay, 2 rounds at Val de Terre, and the Scotsman won every round. Won 2 rounds at Bouilly Bay, 2 rounds at Val de Terre, and at Val de Terre there was new records, 2 records into the bargain, and that's been one of the fundamental facts that helped him close in on the title race. So just 6 points at the moment, covering the top 3 contenders. Now Dave spoke to Dean Tye, the Australian, a little bit later. He's still getting accustomed to his new mount, the Gould GR59, the ex Graham Wynn car. But this is the type of machinery that could get him into the top 12. Might be a little bit early in the learning curve for the man from Brisbane in Queensland.
Jeff?
Yes, David.
Very quickly, I'm with the new class record holder, Sam Wilson. Sam, I know you've been here lots of times. This is the first time you've driven here, though, isn't it?
Absolutely, first time I've driven here, and yeah, what a run. Took a couple of seconds off from the second practice, and it all just came together. I just tidied up and tried carrying as much as well for it.
Jeff, you've never seen anybody with such a big grin on their face, honestly.
Good stuff.
Who's going to tell Sarah that you've taken the class from her?
I think she'll probably be watching.
Sadly, we haven't got, thankfully, we haven't got the camera here, so you can't tell yourself. But well done, Sam. We'll have a chat again tomorrow. Great to see you. You've done that. After all the years you've been here with Mum and Dad, it's lovely to see you. It's a doorway. Anyway, back to you, Jeff, because you're into the important people.
We are. We've got Dean Tye out on the hill, and of course he's in his father's wheel tracks, because back in 1997 Ivan Tye hired the ex-Andy Prio Hart engine Pilbeam MP57 to compete in the British Championships, and now Dean is here at the same at the top level, having competed with the Empire Wraith last year. He's over the line in 38.14. 38.14 for Dean Tye. Will that be good enough to get him into that top 12 runoff? Only time will tell. As now streaking across the parkland, having launched in 2.34 seconds. We have the very rapid William Luffridge with his Empire Wraith, 1300 turbo power. So Dean Tye, kart 112, a time of 38.14. Off the line goes 115 then. That's Richard Alexander. Another Force TA, another 1300 turbocharged car for the Dorset driver. 39.57 in the second practice run, away off the line in 2.31 seconds. And now on the start line, car number 10, Paul Hames with the Gould GR59. 1300 turbo. We'll see them with all sorts of, all sizes of engines. Just bringing it up to the revs and away. Rockets away off the line in 2.16 seconds. Paul from Farnham in Surrey has won the Leaders' Championship in a Mallock back at the turn of the millennium, just after in 2001, then graduated to a Dallara in single-seaters with a V6 engine, and then on to the Gould GR59. Suzuki Hayabusa twin turbo providing the power, so number 10 out of the S's in 16.22. and over the finish line in 33.81. 33.81. And I think that's probably close to our fastest time. That's 200th up on Matthew Ryder from earlier in the day before the lunch break. So the driver's really getting dialed in now. Time for Richard Alexander, car 115 is 37.47. 114 was William Luffridge with the Empire Wraith, and that was a 36.18. And Andy Short with the OMS 38.75. Alex Coles then hustling the Force TA off the line in 2.32 seconds. But the flags are out at the moment. Holding the next car on the line, which is Terry Graves with the Gould DJ 55XD with the 2.65 Cosworth. originally the IndyCar engine of the late 1970s, which is a favourite of a number of drivers because of its great drivability, and it revs to about 14,000 RPM. So we're looking at the moment unofficially at Mark Shankler is the man on the bump. At the moment qualified 12th fastest for the championship. So he'll be the first to drop out when we get a faster time. Paul Hames then leading the way at the moment with that 33.81. David Warburton second on 35.02. Jonathan Varley on 35.32. Jason Tunnicliffe also up there in the 35.47. And Ed Hollier 5th on 35.68. And then at the moment William Luffridge in 6th, Andrew Forsyth, Will Hamer, Darren Gumbly, Tom Weaver, Olivia Cooper and Mark Shankler. But I think we can expect that to change.
We're just having a look at to recover the car, so we'll be a few minutes. Driver reported okay.
So the clerk of the course, Jason Hayes, just reporting that Alex Cole's had it off on the approach to the gate, but the driver's out and all okay. So it's just a bit of recovery to deal with at the moment, and the recovery vehicle is there, and the hatches on the side of the vehicle open to get the appropriate pieces of equipment to return the car to the tarmac. So a little bit of a delay whilst we sort that out, but that just shows how on the edge all the drivers are to get this qualification, which is so important for championship points, etc. We've seen Alex at the moment. I mean, he's carrying the number 8, which tells us he finished 8th last year. Currently running in before today in 7th place in the championship with a total of 55 points. So he was 9 behind Paul Hames, the man in 6th place. And you know, we've got Paul Hames with his 1300 turbo, Alex Coles with the supercharged 1300, David Warburton 1600 cc's, all up against you know, the 2 litre plus, 3 litres, 4 litres of the Judds, etc. So a sterling effort which just came a little bit undone now. So if you haven't as yet made it to the Porsche paddock in front of Wiscombe House, we've still got an array of Porsches there for your delight. Have a look at those as we currently run an advertisement for the Porsche Centre at Exeter on the feed. And can I hear you in the background, David?
You can indeed. I'm just having a little wander around the paddock. Everybody's sort of like, you know, those who've finished are just sort of trying to pack all this stuff away, checking their data from their runs today and things like that. Catering's still open down here. Still, it's a lovely day for an ice cream, wasn't it?
A truly personalised experience, making your handover moment.
Indeed.
Yeah, still stuff going on there. I'm going to probably come in with you in a few minutes.
Have we not been able to resolve troubles?
No, there's an issue with the microphone feed at Storebench, so I'm heading your way.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, just looking at the Porsches on my way past.
Why not?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Can't afford one, but
There's no harm in looking. No harm in looking.
I'm going to turn this mic off, and I think you've got a second mic in there I can come in on, can't you?
I think so, yeah. In the meantime, I'll just check and see if it works.
And that brings us to the heart of what Destination Porsche is all about.
It's more than just a showroom. It's a space designed to bring people together.
Whether you are here to explore, connect or simply enjoy the atmosphere, this is your Destination Porsche and we are here to welcome you.
Can you hear me there, Jeff? Can you hear me there?
Oh, blimey, nice and clear. Nice and clear.
You can hear me, can you? Oh, good. Yes. It's probably because you just stood next to me, actually.
We're only 2 foot apart. I'll dial that back down a bit, I think. I don't know whether we could do that on yours, but there we go.
That's better. I'm getting the it coming back into my ears now. That's lovely. So 2 days of hill climbing at Wiscombe. What more could you want?
Well, 3 days at
yeah, 3 days. No, that's okay. Yeah. So it's a small, obviously, excursion up there going on at the moment, being sorted out.
Yes, Alex.
And, Alex
Coles,
is,
yeah. So once we've got the car,
hopefully not too much damage to the vehicle, so they will get him out, and then we look back through what we got down there. Now there's a car with a lot of history, and that's Terry Graves, isn't it? Because that at one point I believe was the Tipperdale car, wasn't it?
I think it was. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So again, a car that we've seen here regularly at Wiscombe over many years.
But it's had the DJ approach to it, hasn't it? Hence the XD. So it's had some engineering done to it since those days. Mr. Dyson. So I think a couple of cars in Class L.
Now just moving away from actually Wiscombe itself, Woolbridge Motor Club, who are promoting today, they've been coming here for now 50 years this year, haven't they?
Yes, indeed. Yes, it's the earlier in the year was exactly 50 years.
Yeah. So long-standing organisers here. I can see Sarah Forsyth, who's the current chairman, just standing down there in front of us.
But I would like to say, with the greatest respect, she wasn't here then, because.
Well, no, she's not 50 yet, is
no,
she?
No, we wouldn't. With
no.
No.
So I do remember Sarah as about a 10 or 12-year-old running up from the timekeeper's caravan with pieces of paper with times on, which is how it used to be done in the old days. Just to bring them up and give them to results.
Yeah. She's even done a bit of time in the commentary box as well.
Yeah. So, yeah. But still a healthy club, isn't it? I was lucky enough to be invited, thanks to your good self, to the annual awards presentation earlier
the
this
January
year.
Bash.
The January Bash, and what a lovely evening. What a well supported Jeff, don't fall off your chair. I can't do first aid.
No. I think I've got a chair failure. Right.
Chair failure. Yeah. So,
yes. No. It was good evening. Good evening.
Yes. And they had a photo competition which you and I were entrusted with the judging of, and
entrusted is probably the right word.
Yeah. Well, we got through the evening, didn't we? It was a lovely evening. So I guess that. Yeah, but still a healthy club. Lots of things, lots of events.
Yes, diversity, which I've always been quite keen on since my time as chairman. Yeah, and they still do the auto test, 12 cars, navigational exercises, production car trials, four-wheel drive trials, as well as speed events, the odd social event thrown in, and the occasional sort of little run around the countryside, but that's not really what is the real focus of Woolbridge. It's more the competitive side, but many of the events in a very relaxed situation.
Yeah.
Of course, you have to do certain things, as you're well aware, to satisfy them. Motorsport UK, safety and whatever. But once all those things are satisfied, there's no problem in just not being too hyper and too competitive about everything.
But let's say a very, very, very forward club. So if anybody wants to join Woolbridge Motor Club, who's here today and been bitten by the bug today, I'm just having a look to see if there's anything. There is details in the programme and it tells you a little bit about it. And the joining fee is £15. And if you're between 18 and 23 years old, it's only £5, and that's a bargain, isn't it? Because there is a lot of younger people getting involved in the sport now. We find that with autocross and again with speed events now, hill climbs and sprints, they can start and they can be running a car at 16 years of age.
Now you can drive at 14 or something if you've got the responsible adult with you.
Yeah. That's why I don't go.
But it gives everybody a lot of options, and once they get into it, we have a situation. There's quite a few youngsters who've been doing trials and auto tests and things like that, and they've now got the bug, and they bring their friends, and we tutor them a little bit and point them in the right direction. And all is good, very good.
This is it, isn't it? It's one of those things. Never be scared to go and ask somebody, like, how do I do this? I'm liking this today. What do I do to get involved?
How do I?
You don't have to get heavily involved, Obviously, we try to encourage people to come along and marshal. Marshalling is a good way to get into any sport that has any form of marshalling. And it's one of those things that you're involved in the sport without the major cost of actually being involved, isn't it?
That's right, and motorsport has always had the reputation of being expensive, and it certainly can be, and it's certainly not cheap. But there are relatively economic ways of going about it at grassroots level, and here today we're quite a few notches up above grassroots level, but it gets people interested, and who knows,
When it comes to speed events, we are at the elite end of it today, aren't we?
Very much so. Yes, indeed.
So hopefully they're just having a look to see if there's any signs of movement at the moment on the vehicles, but it doesn't appear to be.
No, and there might be some rebuild to do with the tyre barrier as well afterwards, I guess. But all out of camera shots, so we can't. But the car's been that particular car's been pushed hard because we had a bit of a spin by Kelvin Broad at the top when he was pushing on, looking to qualify. And as we said earlier on, it's just on this critical edge where they're giving 10 tenths.
Yeah.
And if something just steps out of line, or you leave your braking a little bit late, or whatever. And a lot of drivers were on it very early today, up at the gate, locking wheels, etc. When the first practice run is usually a relatively quiet sortie to go and see what's what, how the car's going. But the pressure's on, and a lot of them were exhibiting good pace, and there was the odd lock up and smoky moment.
Yes. Yeah. And of course, when you go over Bunny's Leap, everything goes very light, so it's very easy to lock up there. And then, if you're carrying enough momentum, you could get to the corner without actually the front wheels having the direction that you need them to go.
Yep.
That's when it all goes wrong.
You can't get enough braking before you have to turn into the gate, and then it all goes wrong. Yep.
So just looking at what we got down here, we got Terry Graves sat in his car, just waiting to go to the line, number 11.
Yep.
Oh, 117. Sorry. Terry, obviously from the Launceston area.
Yep.
Launceston, they say. Launceston, they say down this way.
As they say down there.
Yeah. Electrical contractor, does a lot of commercial stuff. I see the Clark's vehicle returning back down now. So Terry's there. So he's just sat waiting patiently. Probably quite warm in the car down there, to be quite honest. I see a lot of the drivers have got out. I see standing around just having a chat and having a watch while they're waiting.
Stretching the legs.
Stretching the legs, yeah. Yeah. So. Of course, we're going back up again. usually a sign that they've needed extra something or another, maybe a strap or something.
Or
Just
something,
yeah, or it could well be they're having to, as you say, repair the tyre wall.
They've got to tie it all together again.
Yeah.
Once they've got the actual tyres in place. But look at this new, the old red light panels seem to be very effective, very bright. As you go up through the S's, very bright.
Yeah.
Very difficult to miss.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, if anybody's come along today who's been coming to hill climbs for many years, you may not have seen these red lights before. This is the first time we've trialled them here at Wiscombe. There's something they're trying to use on the British Hillclimb Championship if they can. And what actually happens is if there's an incident, the marshal on the post is able to press the button and set his light on, but all consequently sets every light below him to red. It's a bit like when you put the and they blow a whistle, the next marshal's post picks up on that, and there's a cascade down the hill with the flag and the whistle. But the lights are now actually instantaneous, and you will notice if a light gets turned on the upper reaches of the hill, the lights all come at the setup on that, and there's a cascade down the hill with the flag and the whistle. But the light to be able to come to a stop that much sooner on the hill, and then the control caravan is able to extinguish the light and just go back onto using the flags as a means of controlling the hill until they wish to bring the flags in to say that the hill is now back live again. But all very, it's a bit complex, but very efficient.
Presumably the ultimate course is to dispense of the flags.
I don't know. I think that. Integral part of it. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you can never do away with. Of course, it's the marshals. It doesn't matter whether you have a flag or a light. You still need a marshal. You know, that's the important person. A capable marshal, exactly. Somebody who's able to assess the situation. And
After almost a year of development, our brand new Destination Porsche Centre is finally open. Let's take a tour. As you walk into our brand new showroom, you'll be welcomed by our new layout and our lovely showroom hosts,
who will guide you to the most appropriate colleague and make your visit to our showroom as seamless as possible.
Throughout the building, you'll find inviting spaces designed for comfort and connection, perfect for relaxing while we take care of you and your Porsche.
We've reimagined the experience with an updated, tech-focused configuration lounge, where you can spec your Porsche in detail. We also have dedicated breakout rooms for your appointments, creating a more private and relaxed environment. And when it's time to collect your new Porsche, our 2 state-of-the-art handover bays allow us to deliver a truly personalised experience, making your handover moment unforgettable.
Let's take a look upstairs.
Welcome to our Work One Lounge, a spacious and inviting area open to all customers, whether you're visiting with your Porsche or simply stopping by.
When you arrive on site, you'll notice a few changes. Parking has moved and you're now parked to the left instead of the right. We currently have 2 fast chargers, but when we complete, we will have 7 with 1 available 24/7.
And that brings us to the heart of what Destination Porsche is all about.
It's more than just a showroom. It's a space designed to bring people together.
Whether you are here to explore, connect, or simply enjoy the atmosphere, this is your Destination Porsche, and we are here to welcome you.
to follow Alex Summers' Instagram or social media. He's self-built this car, wonderfully put together, still all in the carbon, which I rather like, and very, very competitive car. Alex was telling me this morning, it didn't work as he wanted it to at the beginning of the year, but they're getting there with it. I think this year he has probably got to treat it as a year of development, but it's still fairly competitive, straight out of the...
Took third at the Goodwood Festival a couple of weeks ago. So
He did indeed. Alex was third in the
hill climb.
In the hill climb at Goodwood Festival Speed behind an electric vehicle and a Formula One car, I think it was, wasn't it?
But unfortunately, he wasn't on his own. But he missed the ferry to. There was a ferry cancellation. Couldn't get to the Channel Islands. Missed Booley Bay as a result. But as you say, hopefully they can hone the performance of it, and he can have a full blast attack in 2027.
Yeah.
We're looking very close to being going back to green, as they say, in circuit racing. We've got all the recovery vehicles back, and the flags are down. So Terry Graves will be next up the hill, and if he can put in a climb faster than 37.02, that fortunately for Mark Schlanker, the sign that he drops out and is replaced in the provisional top 12 by Terry Graves. So 37.02 is the time on the bounce at the moment. And the Graves machine up and away. DJ 55 SD, it's got the 2.65 litre previously IndyCar Cosworth engine that is liked by a number of the competitors for its drivability and the way it revs. So this will be the opportunity for the electrical contractor from Launceston to display those attributes, and it's 2.5 seconds off of the start line over Bunny's Leap, and just letting it all settle before the gate. Neatly through there, and he clocks 18.87, so a little bit off the pace in the S's, but he might just be able to get into that prestigious top 12. Takes a nice little smooth route around Sawbench, doesn't get too far up the curb on the gradient, and it's a 38.68. 38.68, so Mark Schlanker is safe at the moment on that 12th qualifying time of 37.02. So now on the line 118, Harry Pick, and another of the 2.65 Cosworths. Harry at the wheel of the OMS 28. 35.50 off of his second practice. 17.32 as he's making his way up to Saul Bench. Little bit of oversteer on the outside there as he went away, I thought, but didn't cost him an extra run. That's Alex Summers, of course, with this AFS P8T, and he's away off the line in 2.17 seconds. Time at the top of the hill, 35.50. So that's going to pitch him into fifth fastest qualifier at the moment. Will he be able to hang on for that top 12 runoff? 16.22 for Alex Summers, the Henley in Arden car designer, with his self-constructed Cosworth XD V8 powered P8T AFS, and it's a 33.81 at the top, 33.81. I think 33.23 was our fastest practice run time from Wallace Menzies. So it's 8.1, and that sounds like David Urran with the GR55 Gould. So this is the previous version to what a number of the drivers are running today, the 59, but with a 3.5 litre V8 Cosworth, off the line in 2.26 seconds and clear of the S's in 16.44. So good pace up to and through the S's. And now thundering along Castle Straight, gets his eye in on the braking, slides it around in 34.21. 34.21 for Dave Urran, currently 5th in this year's British Hillclimb Championship, presented by Nova Tyres. And now down to the line, car number 5, Trevor Willis, long-time competitor here at Wiscombe.
Former hill record holder as well.
Indeed, yeah. A man who knows how to drive Wiscombe, but mind you, we've got a few of those in the entry
we
today.
Have,
so from Menith Wood near Shelsley Walsh, he was another who missed the Booley Bay rounds due to the ferry cancellation.
Trevor still holds the hill record at Booley Bay as well.
So it's a 2.08 off of the start line. So he absolutely mastered this stuff. And a 15.42 at the S's. So he's exhibiting good pace. He stays away from the curbs, gets the power on, covers it all with a bit of opposite lock out of Saul Bench into Martini. Nice and smooth. Quickly over the line to a 32.82. Our fastest climb of the day so far.
Will Hall, that is, isn't it?
Well, it said 5 on the screen. It was certainly a dark blue.
No, I think that was Will, actually.
It certainly looked that sort of dark blue. So let's that for number 3. So where is Trevor then?
Trevor done a 34.31.
We missed Trevor. 34.31.
34.31. That's Wallace on the hill at the moment. Through the lower S's. Nice and tidy. He'll be braking now for Sawbench.
Joint leader in the championship, Will Hall then. Fastest so far. Had the advantage of Wallace Mingy in the S's. And the Scotsman's now over the line, 33.41. So third place now in the championship. Wallace Mingy is 33.41. Certainly into the runoffs. And a lot of these drives can pace. That's all they do, isn't it? They're qualified.
Yes.
And then in the qualification, the top 12, once they got the qualification out of the way, the top 12 runoffs, that's the time to
That's
deliver.
the exciting bit, isn't it?
But what is adrift here?
Oh dear.
Will Hall being pushed to, sorry, not Will Hall, Matt Ryder being pushed to the side. There looks to be a problem.
They're looking down behind the wheel on the driver's side. I say driver's side, it's in the middle, doesn't it? On the right hand side. So whether he has a drive shaft issue or something, I don't know.
Is he sidelined or can they get it going? Crew don't seem to be rushing around trying to affect something.
It does look like it's probably something that's stopping the car running. Yeah, steering wheel's off, driver's climbing out, yeah.
This is could be a championship defining situation, but at the end of the season the drivers have the opportunity to discard scores, so it might not all be lost, but certainly as he's tying at the moment with Will Hall at the top of the championship, and Will Hall is looking good at the moment, and there could be a good points haul for Messrs
so Matt,
Hall and Mingies.
Matt immediately gets out of the car, comes back and helps his mother.
Yeah.
Isn't that good? That is sportsmanship. who's now in the line ready to go up.
So we've got the Tippett Brabham on the hill at the moment. Andy Tippett with the BT30X, 3.5 litre V8, and of course he's up against the Gyson Hepworth Sandblaster Special, which hopefully we've got going again by the looks of things. And then we'll be dealing with Caroline Ryder taking her rerun in the Formula Ford class in the Van Diemen RF86. Class, of course, where Sam Wills has just posted a new class
What
record.
a happy chappy he was when I went up to him. I've never seen him beam so much. And his parents, Tim Wilson said to me, he said, he must have been lost for words, he said, because he isn't normally.
So very unofficially, it looks like local man Ed Hollier is into the top 12 runoffs, but we'll get the official list in due course.
Pushing the Gould in out of the way there. So obviously it's terminal, it's not something they're going to repair and be able to take.
It can affect her time for 5. Red flags out on the hill, on the track at the gate. Car 120. That was Andy Tippett. So
yes,
Andy Tippett requires a rerun or run, as the screens tell us. Being stopped at by car, whatever that means. So it's been a day where we've had quite a few little issues and reruns. And it looks like the Mini Cooper S of Ruby Riggs and David Lord's going to be last in the batch, as away off the line goes Jonathan Flesher with the Gyson Hepworth Sandblast Special. What a car this is. From competition, the car is being maintained by Hepworth International. Tim told us a little while ago, and he's talking to Dave, and it's now Dave's son Stephen and Andrew, who, with support from Gyson International, have kept the car, refettled the car, and can help Tim and Jonathan bring it to the hills. And a sight and sound it's certainly is that we all relish, I'm sure. 20.55 out of the S's for the machine, and over the finish line in 43.57 as Caroline Ryder drives past her husband's stricken machine. Son, sorry. Stricken machine, and makes her way up the hill. Now, is she going to be able to get close to the new record? Let's see what she was doing in practice. 44.88, so there's a bit of progress to be made. Brown Martini, and over the line of 44.37, 44.37 for Caroline Ryder. So now we have that one Mini, and then we'll bring those cars back from the top of the hill. Then we'll go through Class W, the Downton Motor Club, before we progress to the Tin Top Challenge, presented by AET, and British Hillclimb Championship runoff, presented by Nova Tyres. So on the line, waiting for the all clear. Ruby Riggs from Shaftesbury in Dorset with the R53 Cooper S, sharing with David Lord. But Ruby, first time run today before lunch, 51.93. That will be her first target to improve on. She is the gate, and it takes a smooth line, not too close to the hedgerow on the inside, safety reasons obviously, and it's a 25.15 as she makes her way up to Saw Bench, going through the left hand kink into Saw Bench. takes a midline course all the way around, and then up towards Castle Straight, along Castle Straight to Martini. And it's the hairpins that if you can execute the hairpins well, lots of wheel spin on the way out there to clock 52.27.
Lots of tyre smoke will be going around now.
Down through the gears, and then a big footful of power out of Martini over the finish line, and that's her day's sport done. But she'll be so our partner David Lord can be installed, and we'll run through the Downton Motor Club class in due course.
So we've got the Downton Motor Club class once these will come back down. Then we've got the AET Turbos Tin Top 10 Challenge. And that will then be followed by the top. It's wonderful, isn't it? That makes a great finale to the day. I see they're going to tow Alex's car back up to the paddock. So, as I say, obviously not huge amounts of hopefully just a little bit of cosmetic. As you say, the crash structure on the front Jeff and the front wing. I saw Neil, his father, carrying bits of.
Neil didn't look too depressed, did he?
No, he didn't. So it's hopefully they got a spare
they feel
wing.
they're on top of it. Yeah.
So is there a tow vehicle coming to collect the gold? There's a lot of people pushing it. It would be nice if there's something to pull it up. Yeah. So obviously the Gould is retired for the day. There's a Wiscombe vehicle which is trying to go around the outside, which will link itself onto the front in a few minutes and no doubt tow it.
Away from Saw Bench and up
yeah,
Castle Straight.
You get a proper sensation of the sort of like the potential, the power of these cars have. There's our photo competition sponsor coming over now, Will Hall, from Vanity Hall.
Fastest qualifier on 32.82.
He's really come alive this year, hasn't he?
He's risen to the challenge.
A solution. They think they've got a solution now, but it's a case of I could have ended up there and just...
And it didn't work.
It didn't work. So I said to them, I'd rather they make sure they're happy and
we get it A-OK.
Exactly, we get it.
And the drone did take off. We had one run with the drone.
Yeah, I did see it go up.
Something, yeah. But there's obviously still issues or something.
Yeah. The trouble is when you have a lot of electrical equipment, technical stuff ongoing,
wireless and things like that.
There's a cameraman looking in our direction. Should we look at him?
Or
should we look the other? Oh,
well,
he looked away. Look at that.
You're always used to looking at people. I don't think we've ever had one in the commentary position.
I did have a cameraman come in here once and watch over what I was doing, but he didn't last long.
He didn't. Shall we invite him in?
Let's invite him in.
Why not? Let's invite him in.
Everybody see I'll move my hat. I'll put my hat away.
Come into the inner sanctum.
Come and have a look at what we have in here. So, who's wondered what goes on in the commentary box? Have two of us in here at this minute, only purely because of circumstances. Jeff Pickett here, who's the main commentator here and has been commentating. How many years have you been commentating, Jeff?
Too long.
Yeah, loads, isn't it?
Yeah,
loads.
Decade.
Green up here, so you're able
5.4, so just couldn't quite match that pace. The time for 133 Kieran Stevens was a 47.84. So Dominic Bishop at the head of the order with Derek Kessel, Toby Bishop and Graham Gonzalez in fourth. Graham with the Hayabusa powered Mini, and that's 44.7 I think was from his first run, so he'll have the opportunity of improving on that in a short while.
The escape road, it seemed to be limping towards the top of the hill.
Yeah.
Went up the escape road at Martini, so I'm guessing it had a mechanical issue and didn't think he could make it around the corner.
So it's a fail for 136, which is Lee Kessel with his Mini, and as a subsequence to that, a red flag for the 1 litre turbocharged Fiesta of John White, who's now held on the approach to Saul Bench. So I guess he'll be taken on up to the top, brought back down later on, and he may go up with the tin tops.
I would be inclined to turn around quick enough. They will put him up ahead of the tin top, so that it's basically all the event is then all cleared by
the runoffs.
By the runoffs, yes.
Yeah.
We see them. I mean, I mean, John's had a wealth of vehicles over the years as well. I mean, previously he was in an Audi A3, wasn't he, for a while? And I seem to remember, if I go back a long time ago, I mean, I'm talking quite a long time ago, he had the ex-Ginger Marshall McGuire minivan.
Oh, blimey, that is a long time ago, Dave.
I was marshalling on the gate when that vehicle, but I think it might have been with at that point. The hills, those of us who remember it. And John moved down to Truro, had a garage down at 3 Milestone Way somewhere, and he had this mini. I think it was a mini estate. Is that better? Yes, I've been talking about John White's exploits in his cars over the years, and obviously I didn't have a connection on the mic properly, so we've resolved them. But yes, John had this vehicle. So call out there for Paul Talbot to make his way to his car from the Clarkin team. Yes, the old man of the hills, as we recall him. He was here, and he had the Mini that John White eventually had. And I was at the gate marshalling, and as he braked, the back end of it was so light that it actually lifted the back wheels off the ground. You could see under the back of the car. Anyway, we got a Clio on the start line now, Jeff. So.
Yep, the Renault Clio, the 1400 Renault Clio of Matthew Eardley. And we were talking about younger drivers a little while ago. Matthew, an aerospace engineer from Martok, in his first season of speed hill climbing. Second visit, I think, to Wiscombe Park, or third visit to Wiscombe Park, in a car that's run very much on a budget. Basically, coil-over suspension, half a cage, i.e. not at the front, I guess. Bucket seat. Third in the Downton Motor Club Speed Championship. What can you say about that?
You don't have to spend huge amounts of money. You just have to look at the class structure class that you wish to compete in. Look at your personal best times, and obviously if you're building a car, build a car that complements the structure of that championship. I see this red flag at the moment, so
red flag and a red light as well.
Yeah. So there was a bit of an incident up at Martini, so they've had put a red flag out. I can't see anything on Martini, so I take it was a vehicle got around there, but maybe a mechanical issue.
But Matthew says build built a budget car to give it a go and loving it.
Well, there we are. Look,
what more?
The red lights are out. Flags are in, and away we go.
Well, we haven't got a green light, so
eventually away we go.
We'll be a little while, but he's getting himself organised. Marshall's holding on to the car, stop it from rolling across the line, but a delay on the green light. As we mentioned before, as soon as the green light shows, the driver can choose when they depart within reason, obviously.
And the red it's gone to green now, so we're away.
So Matthew eased away off the line in 3.30 seconds as he goes across the parkland over Bunny's Leap on his final run of the day. But we'll be looking at a similar programme of runs tomorrow when we do it all again, and he's neatly up through the S's. Clock's 25.05 in the process. Smooth, keeping the momentum going, keeping the wide run round Martini, but that's not necessarily a bad thing because you avoid the gradient on the inside.
You can get your powers actually go across that finish line in a straight.
The car stays flatter, doesn't it? You get the power down. And he's away over the line in 51.71. So
I believe
that's his best time of the day for Matthew. So he'll be chuffed with that. There's 139. Zach Cobb. You know, he can pedal a rapid Mini Cooper SR53. Zach, a landscape gardener from Poole. Started hill climbing back in 2018 in his grandfather's Alston 7 Special. I think his grandfather was Bernard Cowley, and he was always a regular when we ran the Alston 7 Special class as part of this meeting. But there you are. You see, Zach got the bug.
He did.
Well,
there's Zach and Ethan, isn't there?
Yes.
Two Cobbs.
Yep.
Seems to be a delay in getting the red light on.
So Zach's time of 44.36. Dominic Bishop still the fastest. Zach Cobb then moves into 4th place. So the 1-2 is Bishop, Kessel, and that's Derek Kessel, and Toby Bishop, Zach Cobb, and Graham Gonzalez 5th. So waiting for the all clear on the start line, Steve Jarrett from Corfmullen near Wimborne. Started climbing about 4 years ago. Did a sprint. His first ever event was a sprint at the Clay Pigeon Kart track. And then went on to come to Wiscombe and Gerston Down. He's away in 3.03 seconds. Car now stripped out and running in a modified production class, but when he bought it he ran it initially as standard, but uprated brakes, suspension, polybush suspension, supercharger pulley. They changed the size of the supercharger pulley to react quicker, so he's done all the little tricks to get that little bit more performance out of it. Through the S's in 22.36 as out of West Corner across the parkland goes Robbie King with his Audi TT. Now this is quite a popular car, isn't it, to drive and compete in these days?
If you're getting into the sport, it's an affordable car and achievable.
And you can take it a stage further, as Einan Price has.
That was actually an eBay purchase, Einan's.
As well.
Yeah, he purchased that 2 or 3 nights before he done the Rally Prescott last, and he hadn't driven it until he got to Prescott, in anger, and turned out some very good results with it. And he's obviously been having a lot of fun with it the last, shall we say, year and a half.
Time for Steve Jarrett, then car 140, 45.0. We now have Robbie King in the top paddock now, 142, 47.85. as we have Chris Bryant on the hill out of the S's in 22.3, driving instructor from Solway Ash near Bridport. Stepped up an engine size over the closed season, so now running the 1.8k series, also used in the Lotus Elise, isn't it? So
it is the Lotus Elise in the MGF
useful,
sports cars,
useful
and
bit of kit, and it's taken him to the top in 45.77 as the Mini on the start line in the hands of CJ Matthews. Is that Clive Matthews? I think that's Clive Matthews. CJ Matthews, anyway, 1380cc Austin Mini. He'll be following Graham Gonzalez up with a Hayabusa Mini 144, and he stopped the clocks on 44.37. So that is in time for Graham, but it only gets him within 1/100th of a second of Zach Cobb. So yeah, improvement in time, but not in position, unfortunately. So I'm not quite sure why we have a hole.
Seems to be quite slow between the green lights on now. I think there may be an issue with the button somewhere.
And nicely away off the line in 2.85 seconds.
Done a bit of agricultural bit there on the grass just this side.
Bit of torque steer,
yeah,
or a
imagine.
bit. Yeah. Alan Dyke then next to run, which used to seeing Alan in his mega pin, but now with the road going Fiat Abarth 595, so this is a 1400 turbocharged engine. It's going to propel him off the line in 3.18 seconds. Now Alan will be looking to improve on 50.16 from his first time run, so actually if he can get sub 50, that will be a positive way to finish the day. In amongst the Downton machine, and that's the Tippett Brabham BT30, Andy Tippett's 3.5 litre V8 powered.
He's on a rerun, of course, isn't he?
Yep. And the Punto way off the line in the hands of David Gill. So car 145 at the top, 51.03 for CJ Matthews. Alan Dyke powering out of the S's in 24.2. And that translates at the top of the hill to a 51.25. So 24, sorry. So unfortunately no improvement there for Alan Dyke.
It's getting a wee bit breezy, Jeff, here.
Things are moving around out there. David Lord, the last of the Downton runners with his R53. David is on a 48.86, so that will be what he'll be looking to improve on. We've got a time for David Gill with the Punto. Yep, 148 and time 52.32. So the last few cars improve on their times. And again we'll hold the David Lord Mini on the hill, waiting for the on the start, waiting for the green light. So David just running the engine up in expectation, and he has the green light. He gets that departure in 3.11 seconds. The final run in the Downton class. So Damien Bishop hanging on top. 43.32. Derek Kessel in second place, 43.54. And Toby Bishop with his Cooper S in third on 43.97. So David Lord clocks a 23.88 in the S's as we look to Andy Tippett to get underway with the Brabham BT30X before we head towards the runoffs. But again, we have a little delay before we can release him up the hill.
Seems to be quite a delay, doesn't it? It's gone green now, so Andy will be away any moment now.
So time for David Lord, 49.08. So the Brabham through the S's in 21.29. It's the last competitive car in the batch. As he's round saw bench, neat and tidy. And 3.5 litre V8 powering it along Castle Street. 43.10 as he goes over the finish line. So 43.10 for number 120, Andy Tippett. So I'm now bringing those cars back from the top of the hill. We've got the John White rerun to factor in, but then it'll be Tin Top 10 runoff with AET turbos. Damien Bradley leading the championship at the moment after 4 rounds, 2 at Doon, 2 at Harewood, 29 points. 2 victories at Doon, a second place at Harewood and then a failure at Harewood hampered the situation, but now at the top of the championship, tying with Roger Moran with the Ford Fiesta, who, what did he say earlier on when he was talking to you, 700 brake
well,
horsepower?
he has the ability to turn it up to 800 brake horsepower need. He said he thinks it's about 700 today, so very rapid, whatever. Yeah.
So Bradley's machine is off about 800. So you've got to be talking about 600, 700, 800 brake horsepower to be at the top of the game. But but amongst all that, you have the 1275 GT of Paul Talbot. Amongst it.
Yeah, wonderful performance.
42.76.
Yeah.
You know, even nipping ahead of Jonathan Williamson with the Carrera. So good performance there. Wayne Penrose, of course, getting the VW in. He was the 4th fastest qualifier. So. But I wonder if Mr. Moran, who qualified 40.98, can step up to challenge Damien Bradley on 38.76. He did acknowledge when he was talking to you, he thought that he was going well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. I mean, I think Damien is sort of putting in some extremely good results at the moment. Roger will try to get as close to it. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. But it'd be very interesting to see what the outcome is of this challenge in a few minutes.
The good thing about it is we've got 2 runoffs.
Yes. So no doubt we'll put the rerun up first.
I would have thought
get
so,
that out of the way, and then that sort of brings the actual event to a conclusion, so to say.
But leave him up in the top paddock, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Well, he'd love it up there, being able to watch them come round Martini.
He's got a front row seat.
He's got a front row seat. A wonderful place to view from. There's John come back down now, leading the pack down. They're probably turning round and getting ready to go. The rest of the pack are following on down, so that makes sense. I mean, they could have brought him down, turned him around and put him straight back up, and then brought the group down. So I would imagine he will come up to the triangle somewhere and just turn ready for his rerun. Timekeeper giving him some instruction. Yeah, he's pulling off into the paddock, so obviously he's just going to turn around at paddock exit and get himself ready so that he can lead the next part of the event. So the exciting bit of the day now, isn't it, Jeff? We all look at the
this is the time
run-offs.
to make sure you've got that position by the edge of the track on the spectator fence. Get to the front.
One of the things I always enjoy after this event is looking at the images people have captured of it.
Oh right.
Because there is after this event, where you get all the big racing cars and everything, you do get some glorious images come in for people to look at and vote on the Wiscombe website, where we have the Van photo competition. So be good to see what we're doing. So John is turned around, ready. Just waiting on now the course vehicles to come down and see the course car is just below Sawbench Hairpin. They'll be waiting for the crossing point to close for all the spectators to cross before they come on down. They like to make sure that that's done. I see they're moving now, so very shortly they will be back with us, and once they're in place, John will be dispatched down to the start line and get ready to take his rerun prior to the I'm just going to call it Tin Top Challenge because I can't say it. I can't say it.
It's a lot easier.
It's easier. Yeah, I get tongue twisted by it.
Well, yes, but we have problems with it because it's not good grammar, is it? It's top. You got top twice, so that confuses the old human brain cells. At least it does ours, if nobody else's. So yep, we've got a mass cars, saloons and sports, all with a roof. That's the critical factor.
Lovely to see Rod Isles in amongst that lot in his Porsche.
Yeah.
Rod had to sign a model release last weekend,
Really?
Yeah. He was at the Classic Nostalgia, the Prescott meeting, and the Car SOS team were there. And they were doing some filming and they were concentrating on Porsches, and they interviewed Rod just for a few minutes and had a little chat with him. So they filmed it, and then he had to sign a model release to say that he was happy for them to use it on their program. So he is now a male model. I'm not sure if it's ever something he's going to put on his CV in years to come, but there we are.
Life's rich tapestry. So John White on the line then, the retired farmer from Launceston, now involved in a bit of storage with this 1 litre turbocharged Ford Fiesta, and as Dave was saying, has a lot of history and experience behind him as the lights go green. And the marshals are just sort of rocking the car a little bit. Not quite sure what are they just making fine adjustments. John not ready to go yet. And he's away now. No undue wheel spin. No undue wasted time. 3.17 seconds as he's away up the hill. Now John was in sub-50s in his first time, 5.5. Competes in hill climb sprints and started in rallies, and actually his initial entrance into motorsport was stock cars at the St Austell Stadium back in 1972. Came in Class A with a Suzuki. So now doing a little bit different with this.
So he's reached the top, and a time of, I believe it's 48.72.
48.72. Yep.
Yeah.
A good improvement on his 49.55. So delay not done detrimental to his efforts there. We should be looking for Rod
they're not bringing him out. Perhaps they're going to bring John back down. I don't know. I'm just looking to see what's going on. Isn't it nice to see 3 Porsches in the runoff when we have the involvement of Porsche? Yes, they're bringing John back down now. So John is on his way back down the hill.
Rod Isles Turbo.
Coming back to the paddock prior to the release of the top 10s.
The 3.8 RSR Paul Howes. And
Paul Howes.
Jonathan Williamson's career.
I was walking through Monmouth a go, and I saw a new Porsche on the side of the road, and I thought, oh, I'll go and have a look at that. As you sort of, it's a new model that had just come out that week. And as I sort of walked past it, I got up a little bit further, and this man came out the Indian takeaway opposite, and he said, "What are you doing here?" And it was Paul Howes. He'd just got his tea, and I said to him, "That's got to be yours," and it was. He'd just bought this Porsche that week. So without bumping into somebody.
Not when you're a star like what you are, David.
I wouldn't put it that far. But yeah, because Paul has been competing, and his brother used to compete as well. They both used to come along in the days of Longleat Hillclimb and places like that.
Both used to do Longleat.
Yeah.
Come on. From Colford.
Yeah.
Right. So
Rod's obviously got the engine running because the lights are on.
And somebody's indicating it's time to go. And it is.
Yeah, there he is. He's coming out of the paddock now.
So Rod Isles first out for this AET Turbos British Hillclimb Championship Tin Top 10 Challenge.
Rod having been a Guston Hillclimb champion many years ago, back in the 80s. Yeah. I think he's been British... Has he been British champion?
Was he British Sprint champion?
I think he's British Sprint champion, that's it. Yes, he's British Sprint champion.
And
tomorrow in a Porsche we have David Franklin coming along, who was a British Hillclimb Sprint champion in the same year. Yeah. Only man ever to do that.
He's the only man, isn't he? Yep.
Yeah. Yep. So Rod waiting for the red light to turn to green.
Previous in the motorhome business. Green light on for the man from Tiverton. Qualified on 43.87. So he's away off the line in 2.77. Bunny's Leap, got the drone up again, following him and tracking him to the gate. And then banks away as Rod just picks his apexes. 21.42 in the S's.
Very neatly round saw bench there, and power down. Nice straight line up Castle Straight he's putting there, isn't it?
He's done this before.
He's been here before, you can tell.
Yeah, nicely. 42.73 around Martini. So that's our benchmark. 42.3 for Rod Isles. We stay with the Porsche theme and the 3.8 RSR next to run in the hands of Paul Howes. 42.97 was his qualifying time. So Rod Isles improved on his qualifying time, and let's see, Howes is quicker away off the line, launched in 2.38 seconds compared to Isles 2.77, and he's now quickly picking up his apexes in the S's, neat and tidy, and it's a 20.88. So he's up on Rod Isles and the Turbo. He takes a tighter line around Saw Bench, but he's about a half a second to the good as he makes his way up the hill. But at the finish line, it's a 42.91. So lost on the top part of the hill. Perhaps that was a power thing. So Rod Isles the fastest at the moment, 42.73 and 42.91. And now Stephen Moore, Hillclimb Cup winner with his Mitsubishi Evo. 42.96 was his qualifying time, and Stephen away off the line in 2.47 seconds, so not quite as fast as Paul House. It was the 4x4 against the rear-engined rear-wheel drive. 20.06 at the S's for the driver of the Japanese machine, and that's the fastest at that point we've seen. As Jonathan Williamson next to run, and Moore clocks a 41.19 at the top to go fastest. So Stephen Moore 41.19, Rod Isles on 42.73 in second, and Paul Howes third on 42.91 at the moment. Jonathan Williamson with the Carrera 2.2 off of the line. Does have a distinctive exhaust.
It's a lovely sound,
compared to even other Carreras. Yeah. It's very distinctive. Yeah. And this man, as Laura was saying, they've been driving this for 40 years, and 20.57 at the S's. So he's half a second down on Stephen Moore at that point. And now the diminutive British Leyland 1275 GT of Paul Talbot on the start line. But let's see how Williamson does. He goes through Martini with some verve and brio to record a 42.33. So 42.33 puts him in second place at the moment. So he edges ahead of Rod Isles. So he's the fastest Porsche man at the moment, with the outright fastest time so far going to Stephen Moore with the Mitsubishi. Now let's just see how the little Mini can do against these four-wheel drive,
great to watch,
turbocharged, and pulls away off the line in a business like 3.02. He's going to be asking.
Just rapid across there, you know.
He's going to be asking a lot of this little car. He's going to be going for it, isn't he?
Yes. Through the gate, nice and tidy.
Line, no problem there. And neat and tidy in 20.63. So now he's only, 600ths down on Jonathan Williamson.
6/100th is nothing, is it?
Yeah, 6/10ths down on Stephen Moore. Pedalling like the clappers along Castle Straight.
That is Ray Martini.
42.52.
What a great time for that little Mini.
42.52. And puts him into second. Third place. Third place. So Stephen Moore 41.19, Jonathan Williamson 42.33, and then Paul Talbot 42.52.
And Price on the hill now in the Audi TT.
So is this going to be
a drone behind him?
Yeah, is this going to be a mix of rally driving and hill climbing?
I think so. Yeah. Einan was always spectacular to watch on Sawbench, and even in a single-seater he would chuck it sideways, which nobody else seemed to do. He's a beast now, isn't it?
Is it the screen or is there a problem?
It looks like he's going slow.
I think so. 28.40 at the S's. So Einan has an issue of some description, and he's backed off.
Yeah, he's backed right off. Is he going to pull off at Sawbench or just go round and get to the top? No, he's going to go to
just
get
going
to the
to
top.
Coast to the top. But yeah, obviously not happy with something.
No, I probably jinxed it by talking to him about what a great car it is, and what great value for money it is. Here he is at Martini. He rounds Martini very slowly over the line, but he's over the line.
Yeah, just for the record, 65.08, and hopefully whatever it is can be rectified. Now, from all the way across the seas, Australia, Wayne Penrose and his amazing Superbug. Ooh. back sits down. It squirrels a bit away off the line. 2.47 seconds. Pops and bangs a bit on the overrun. We don't mind that.
We love
that.
Noise,
we
don't
love
we?
that. Yeah. And he's hanging on to it through the S's. 20.62. So he's there or thereabouts. He's only 500th down on Jonathan Williamson.
Bearing in mind this is his first visit here.
Yeah, just 6/10 down on the Mitsubishi. And hauling it through Martini. 41.63. 41.63 into second place. Our second 41-second climb. So Stephen Moore 41.19 and Wayne Penrose 41.63. But now we come to
Steve Darley.
Yeah, can we call them the supercars, do you think? Darley, Moran and Bradley, is that a fair comment?
I
Stephen
think so.
Darley off the line in 2.41 seconds. So that's not as fast as Williamson, not as fast as the Porsches. How does it compare with Stephen Moore? Stephen Moore was a 2.47, so the fastest off the line. 19.25 in the S's. So likewise, this looks like it's going to snatch the lead in the runoffs. 3 wheels around Martini. 39.91.
And there here's Mr. Moran on the line. He's got the green light.
Yeah, you've got to be sub 40 seconds now, chaps.
Launch controller's probably on.
Well, it seemed to work. 2.32 seconds.
I think he's turned it up another click on the numbers.
Yeah, that's the second fastest launch time, only bettered by Jonathan Williamson. What's he going to be doing at the S? It's 19.73. So he's down on Darley by just under half a second. Gets close to the bank on the Exeter Saw bench, but that's okay, no dramas, all well judged by the motorhome retailer from Ludlow. And he finds his line through Martini, but not able to break under 40 seconds with a 40.20. So it goes into second place.
And now here's the Pikes Peak car.
Well, I mean, qualified on 38.76.
And that was a new class record as well.
Yep, 2.23 away off the line. So that's 300th faster than Williamson. 19.25 or better is required at the S's, and he delivers 18.43.
He's on a charge, I think the phrase.
I think that's the phrase, indeed. Bradley's looking for a points haul here in the AET British Hillclimb Championship Top 10 Challenge, and he cements that with a time at the top of the hill of 38.21.
Phenomenal time.
38.21. So Damien Bradley wins the Top 10 Challenge shootout on a 38.21 second climb. And let's see, let's go back through. We've got to pick up Stephen Darley in second on 39.91. And then I think we're looking at Stephen Moore on 41.19 and Wayne Penrose 41.63. Highly unofficial from the commentary position, but
I think we're fairly accurate with that.
If you know,
subject to obviously official ratification.
Oh, indeed, yeah. But you know, third in class at Pikes Peak, first in class at Wiscombe Park. Well, you know,
he took the time last year after the event finished to sit down with me, and we had a chat about Pikes Peak. And it's very, very interesting. He was explaining the logistics of it all and everything. And they couldn't use the very top of the hill, which was a bit he was looking forward to, because that's the the sort of like the challenging curvy bit, shall we call it. So he was looking forward to that, but he couldn't use it. But very, very interesting chat, and took his time to tell us all about, you know, what he'd done, how they got there, etc., and the logistics. And it's a major undertaking. I mean, it's not the sort of thing you would do every year.
Must have cost a bob or two as well.
I didn't like to ask that
No,
question.
one doesn't. Who doesn't?
No. He did say it was quite nice though, because some of the regular competitors, some of the single-seater competitors, came out and watched and supported him, which was quite nice. So now we're into racing cars.
The top 12 run-off. Top fastest 10 score from these top 12. With the championship balanced very finely before this round. Will Hall, Matt Ryder tying on 158. Well, unfortunately, Matt Ryder's sidelined. So we're going to be looking at Messrs. Will Hall and Wallace Mingies, I suspect, at the sharp end, if recent form is anything to go by. But there are then drivers, as we mentioned, Trevor Willis, they're good at Wiscombe Park.
Trevor had some extremely good results here at Wiscombe Park. Class wins and the such like.
And some of the smaller capacity cars can hustle their way up the order. So William Luffridge, the first to go through with his Empire Wraith. Qualified on 36.18. From the line in 2.37 seconds. Neatly through into the S's. 17.75 is his midpoint reference, shall we say. Tidy at sore bench. As Dave was saying earlier on, quite probably critical to keep a straight line going on there. And he across Castles straight, and he clocks a 36.08 at the end of the day. Fastest climb so far in the qualifying runs was Will Hall on 32.82. Now, if the track conditions change, as there's just the same levels of grip, we will have to see. Ed Hollier then, local star, Wiscombe champion, Association Southwestern Motor Club champion, lives in Columpton with the 1050cc Force HC. Just spins up the rear wheels a tad to get it off the line in 2.39 seconds. So that's just 200th shy of William Luffridge. But he's carrying good speed through the gate.
He will do. Nimble the car, that Force as well,
just
isn't it?
Dances, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Dances. 17.24 in the S's, so he has the advantage there, about half a second, in fact.
Yeah, Ed's a bit of a master here, isn't he?
Do you think he could drive it in his sleep?
I think he probably has done.
35.71 for Ed Hollier then. Harry Pick down onto the start line. Qualified on 35.50 with the OMS. The tyre covers are coming off of remaining challengers as the green light shows for Harry, and he launches in 2.47 seconds, so he's given away a little time to Luffridge and Hollier away off the line. Can he make that up by the time he gets to the S's? The answer is yes, because he's in 0.01, so he's the fastest man, slides the back end under power, under control, nothing dramatic about it. And is he going to do the same at Martini? Just a tad over the line in 34.97, so he's our fastest man in the top 12 runoffs so far. Harry Pick on 34.97. 108 then Jonathan Varley. Now, Jonathan is no stranger to top 12 runoffs. From Telford with this TKD motor, with 2 Yamaha 1 engines on a common crankshaft, giving about 200,000 cc's and 380 brake horsepower. Had to get him off the start line in 2.26 seconds.
Looks nice and smooth through the S's. Bit tight on the inside of Sawbench though. That sometimes it doesn't help because it unsettles him a little bit. But let's see.
So what's happened to Jason Tunnicliffe? Have we missed number 99? Oh, and a rattle of the markers up at Martini for 108, 34.94. So Jonathan Varley with that 34.94 fastest now, ahead of Harry Pick, as away off the line in 2.42 seconds goes 102. That's David Warburton, man who's finished in the top 10 before. He's looking to get back into that type of position. 16.95. Our first sub 17 second time in the S's for the GR59. 1600 cc motor, powering him up Castle Straight and through Martini in 34.62. So slots into second place.
Lots of tyre warming going on there. This is going to be a serious run, isn't it?
David Warburton actually 34.62 puts him in first place actually, because Varley was 39.94. Harry Pick third, Ed Hollier fourth, and William Luffbridge down to fifth. Remember, we're running 12 cars, but only 10 score points. This man will be keen to score some. Trevor Willis, previous champion, qualified on 34.31, off the line in 2.23, and he's our fastest man in the S's on 16.30. Around Martini, 34.62 to beat, and it's a 33.8 in fact. So goes fastest, bumping Warburton and Varley down second and third. David Uren with the GR55 3.5 litre, currently fifth in the championship. This could be an opportunity today to get a points haul and move up. The green light's on, the middle of his way in 2.34 seconds. So not the fastest there. Dropped about a tenth of a second. But the power of this machine might well make good for that, and it looks like he's on course to do so. 16.36 in the S's. And his time at the top to get in front of Trevor Willis will need to be sub 33.80. He's clean around Martini, and he's a 33.84.
4 100ths.
So he misses out by 4 100ths. So Willis holds on at the top, 33.80. David Uren 33.84. David Warburton now in third, 34.62, as Alex Summers comes to the line. Seventh in last year's championship, then driving the DJ Firestorm, but now at the wheel of the self-designed and built AFS P8T, still using the Cosworth XD-V8, and that's punching him across the parkland to good in 2.13 seconds. So he's our fastest man off of the line, and to boot, he's our fastest man in the S's.
He's on the charge.
15.89.
15.89.
15.89. And he's storming on Castle Straight. Gets his braking smooth and through in 33.19. Yep, 33.19. So that's
fastest so far, isn't it?
He's our man at the moment, with Trevor Willis in second place on 33.8. It's all getting tense at the top right on 33.81. Will Hall, the fastest man in qualification, with 32.82. So we haven't quite broken into the 32 bracket yet. Number 10, Paul Hames, away off the line in 2.22 seconds. So that's not shabby by any stretch of the imagination.
That's a good time, isn't it?
And he's 16.37 in the S's. So that's thereabouts, apart from Alex Summers' time, which was down in the 15s.
Smooth round Saw Bench. Into Martini.
Ooh, on the curb, judged it well. No dramas. And a time of 33.94.
No, this is the interesting two, isn't it?
Into fourth place. So now, four-time champion, previous Wiscombe record holder, Wallace Mingies, with a 3.3 litre Cosworth. Just Mingies and Will Hall to run. Fastest time so far, Alex Summers on 33.19. Wallace is going through that tyre warming regime, running Pirellis, which he's been using to good effect recently. And the new engine, of course, in the last 4 rounds have taken him to 4 victories. 2 at Bouley Bay, 2 at Val de Terre, 2 hill records at Val de Terre, so bonus points.
Let's see.
Green lights on and away. 2.06, our fastest launch. Here's the quarry owner from up on a mission here. First part of the S is tidy. 15.38, so he's up on everybody at this point. Alex Summers was 15.89.
Nicely round Saw Bench. Keeping a good line up through there. Very quick past the camera there.
Quick, good on the brakes. 32.10, 32.10 for Wallace Mingies. Goes to the head of the list.
Just over 4 seconds off the track record. Sorry, 4/10 of a second off the 4/10, not 4 seconds.
So Will Hall, fastest man in qualifying, qualified on a time of 32.82 with the G-aft by the 4 litre Judd. So Mingies 3.3 litre Cosworth, Hall 4 litre Judd. Likewise, taking a lot of time and trouble getting heat.
There's some heat in those tyres now, isn't there?
There's nothing to be missed. Attention to detail, trust in the process. Waiting for the green light.
It's gone green. And he's away.
So Will Hall from Stourbridge, right, not far short of 700 brake horsepower, off the line in 2.1 seconds, so just 400th down on Wallace Mingies, and he's a little shy in the S's, in fact 600ths. So can that 4-litre Judd pull him along Castle Straight and make up that time. He's on the brakes around Martini, boots it across the finish line, 32.34. Another win for Wallace Mingies on 32.1. So 10 points into the kitty for the Scotsman, and Will Hall second place at 32.34. So the Scotsman is nibbling away at the championship lead. Alex Summers through into third place. I'm sure he'll be chuffed with that, 33.19. Trevor Willis in fourth, 33.8. Dave Uren fifth on 33.84. So we didn't see Jason Tunnicliffe, unfortunately. So we only had 11 runners. And the man who finished 11th, William Luffbridge, obviously great to be in the runoff, but no points. But local man Ed Hollier takes a single point from his efforts in that top 10 runoff.
If you look at the points of the BHC at the moment, that would mean that Wallace has probably just now moved up into second place behind Will, considerably smaller, but obviously that's subject to official confirmation. But
because he would have got 10 points for the win, and Will would have got 9, so Will goes up to 167, and Wallace goes up to 162. So he's found a point, as you say, not official calculations, but I mean, we're looking at another great day tomorrow, of course.
Yes.
And it could be championship-wise, it's going to get a bit
getting exciting, isn't it?
Of the season. So thank you, David.
No, thank you, Jeffrey. It's been a great day. Unfortunately, I as I say, I couldn't get up to Sawbench, but hopefully the guys will resolve that tomorrow, and I'll be able to go up there. I'm going to go and get an ice cream now because.
Do you think you deserve one?
I think it's that time of day, and our secretary did say that if they were available, they would come and have an ice cream. I'm looking at the secretary in the hope that they remembered that they said that they would actually get an ice cream.
Why is she walking away then?
Yeah, I'm walking. Ice creams are the other direction, but there we are. Yes, thank you, Jeff. Look forward to tomorrow. Hopefully we have as exciting a day.
I think that's true.
And isn't it nice to get to the end of the day with very little incidents?
Not too much drama.
Not too much drama.
So for that, we'll thank all the marshals and all the volunteers on the hill and around the hill in the environs of Wiscombe Park. Thank you, the spectators, for joining us in this first of 2 days of British Hillclimb Championship hill climbing here at Wiscombe Park, which has been brought to you by the Woolbridge Motor Club. We're great to have had the Exeter Performance Centre with us. They'll be back tomorrow, as we hope you will be, because it could be even more exciting tomorrow. So have a safe journey home. Dave's off to join Jenny for ice cream, and we look forward to seeing you back at Wiscombe, if not tomorrow, then later in the season. Take care all.
Can't reach any